What's going on, folks? This is your host, Undead Foya, and this is a show we're going to call Foya Round and Find Out. And if you're familiar with us from Twitter, you've obviously been following us for probably about a year. We've done a lot of Spaces chats where through Twitter we'll get together and we'll discuss different events that are going on. But this is sort of the next evolution where we're going to make an attempt and see how it goes on YouTube and Rumble and take our Spaces chats to the next level. In this format, we're able to share some documents, so it's really exciting, and we are excited to try this out. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with us, if you haven't heard of us before, we're certainly not famous, but we've been working behind the scenes for a number of years now, primarily researching RussiaGate. And while you may not be familiar with us by name, you probably, if you've been following the RussiaGate narrative, you've probably heard of some of the stuff that we've helped break. We were the ones that ID'd Igor Danchenko. We ID'd Rodney Joffe. We got a hold of some transcripts from Strzok and Page and dumped those out there. More recently, and this story is still developing, we discovered that some of the same researchers that were connected to the Alpha Bank allegations apparently went on and worked for Special Counsel Mueller, and indications are they actually had a role in attribution for the DNC hack. So that's going to be a developing story, and that's going to be something we're going to be watching and paying attention to in the coming months. As far as this format goes, not looking to monetize anything. We don't foresee that coming down the line at all. We're not going to have ads on here. So we're not going to do a whole lot of scripting. And sometimes that works to our advantage, and sometimes maybe that won't work to our advantage. Whenever there's a big event, maybe there's a John Durham report that comes out, or maybe we get a hold of some FOIA documents, or whatever the case might be, we'll generally try to do a chat that night. And that way we can get to the news as it happens. We're also discussing going back and revisiting some of those older topics with some pre-recorded videos. And we'll see how that goes. That'll depend quite a bit on who's available and how far we want to get into this. But tonight, I thought it was a good opportunity to kind of introduce ourselves and kick things off on our first ever video chat. And happy to have MB here. Been a researcher with us for a long time now. And MB, if you want to introduce yourself, maybe talk about how you kind of got started with us and what you're looking forward to.
Yeah, sounds great. Make sure my mic's up here. Yeah, this is MB, and I guess I've been hanging around a few years here as well. Little background of how I got into this, probably pretty similar to a lot of people. I think the election in 2016 always seemed contentious as far as all the Russia stuff going around, and it never really sat well after, I guess, years of ClimateGate, all the stuff with the Iraq war and the uranium and all. And I think a lot of years of just learning not to believe everything you were told at face value, especially from the FBI. So yeah, I guess like a lot of you, I was really raising eyebrows and having doubts, and then starting to go and do research for myself based on, what a lot of the guys had already done, and going, yeah, you know what, that's messed up. That doesn't sound right. And a lot of this stuff just didn't pass the smell test. And then when you start digging yourself and looking at the documents firsthand, you don't have to jump to conclusions. You can say, look, this is absolutely true, and they're trying to gaslight us. And I think especially with the Steele dossier stuff, that was a big part of all this, when we were lied to about where it came from, and they said you're conspiracy theorist if you think that the Clintons were involved, and lo and behold, they certainly were. They funded the whole thing, and we were straight up lied to. So that was kind of for me where it really kicked off, and I was like, all right, there's stuff here. Let's find out why they're lying, because that's probably as interesting as what the lies are about.
Yeah, I think I sort of had the same experience, and actually, back in 2016 and going into 2017, I was on the fence, quite honestly. I mean, I was somebody that watched CNN every night, and they had the narrative on every single night. And my line of thinking at the time was really that how could everybody be wrong? I mean, every station was coming on and they said, we have 5 anonymous sources, and literally some of those stories they put out were just that they had 5 or 6 anonymous sources that were all saying, there's validity to these allegations that Trump colluded with Russia. And then around the time that General Flynn resigned, I really thought, okay, there is something there. And, I generally followed it for a while there. I was pretty disgusted with the whole situation. But then around the time, and it was October 2017, that we found out that Hillary Clinton paid for the dossier, that's when I really started sort of engaging with this a little bit. And I started following it on Twitter. And in 2018, as we got the Nunez memo, that's when really it started picking up for me, because that's when there really was a counter narrative that was starting to develop. And people that had actually looked at documents like Devin Nunez and Kash Patel were saying, no, like there's some real problems here. And I think I stumbled across Undercover Huber, who was always a fantastic account. And the things that he was saying were not lining up at all with what was being reported in the news. And I would go to his Twitter account, and he was calling out things that you just couldn't defend. I mean, he was calling out these starkly, these issues and these problems with some of the papers and the documents that were coming out, and nothing just added up. And so I think there was a couple of years there where I was just following people. I was retweeting people, but I wasn't necessarily doing a whole lot of research. And then it was probably in 2020, around the time that we identified Igor Danchenko, that's when the gears started turning for me a little bit. And then certainly into 2021, I became much more engaged in actually doing independent research, and started my process of putting in FOIAs and open records requests. And, now I'm here about a year later. I think I put in something like 300, and we've been able to get some documents out of those. So that's been good. Sort of built a little platform and found this group. I mean, it's just amazing the crowdsourcing that we're able to do, whether it's identifying Igor Danchenko or whatever the case might be. Come on here and work with you and work with Fool Nelson or Walk of Fire or some of these other guys or Technofog. I mean, a lot of people, there's a lot of followers of these individual accounts, but the ability to tag team certain issues and work off of each other is just really, really powerful, because there's so many things that are wrong. There's so many things that don't make sense. And it's impossible for one person to actually understand everything and follow every piece of what's going on. So being able to send a direct message to Walk of Fire or some of these other guys that'll definitely be on in future streams, it's just so helpful to bounce some ideas off of them. And then, we've gained a little bit of a following as well. And I think all of us appreciate that, being able to share some of those ideas. So that's been exciting. And that's sort of the basis of how we started doing these chats. We talk every day and bouncing ideas off of each other, and we thought we would share some of these ideas. So I see we have Kingmaker in the chat too. I don't know, King, if you want to introduce yourself and kind of talk about some of your experience. You don't have to talk, but
can you hear me?
Sure.
Yeah,
Can.
there you go.
Hey, King.
Okay. I have very little to add. You guys invited me to the group. I've lost track of time, but a couple of years ago, and it's an amazing group. I've learned so much from everybody, and contributed a little bit, but mostly I learned.
No, I would say, I mean, you are one of the resident lawyers in this corner, and in real life practice, fantastic lawyer, and drawing on some of your experience has been invaluable, especially as we discuss the Sussman trial and the Danchenko trial and some of these different legal theories. It's been so great to have you in some of these chats, and I certainly leaned on you in a lot of them, just for your ability to carry some of those chats.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, but I'm a novice when it comes to all this electronic stuff, and what you guys do with what I perceive as
Nope. Do we lose you there?
Oh, I think we lost you there, Kingmaker.
you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry. I was just complimenting the group, but I'll turn it over.
All righty. Well, yeah, I appreciate you stopping in. And obviously, we'll have more speakers that hop on periodically, and that's going to be sort of the format of these chats, especially when we go live. However long we might go, and certainly if there's breaking news, we might go for 4 or 5 hours, and through the course of those hours, we'll have new speakers come on whenever they free up, and you're not going to want to miss it, because at various times we just have tremendous speakers that come on and share their experience and their ideas. So with that being said, I mean, there's a couple things that happened today, and we can talk about all of them, or we can talk about other issues. So the first thing that I saw today was, obviously we have the indictment out there, but we also have Rodney Joffe, who is Tech Executive 1 from the Sussman indictment, who was involved in the Alpha Bank allegations, and more recently, we believe, and it's our understanding, that he actually has a significant role in the DNC hack attribution. He's actually gone back and he's sued Newstar, who was his employer during this whole period, and he's seeking $2.6 million for his legal costs, alleging that companies, in effect, responsible for the legal risk that he had in some capacity, that the various CEOs were aware of what he was doing and undertaking, and they approved and directed some of that activity. So that goes back to CEOs like Lisa Hook, and we have some open records documents that have her with some pretty interesting conversations. So that is pretty notable today, and thank you to Charlie Savage at the New York Times for pulling this document. I was in the docket a couple weeks ago, and it's pretty expensive. It was hard to find, first of all. But then the individual documents were like $100 a piece. So it was really great. Apparently, he petitioned the judge to unseal this complaint from Rodney Joffe. So that was good. And being able to see and read this document, it's 34 pages long, and it's available on Charlie's Twitter feed. I'll try to link that if I can. MB, I don't know if you have any thoughts on the Joffe filing, or if you just want to head right into the indictment.
Sure. I find it interesting that Newstar is apparently not covering Joffe's legal expenses when it comes to the Durham investigation. I guess he was also the Trump sued him. I think that lawsuit's defunct at this point, but and the Alpha Bank, which is obviously was shut down when Russia invaded Ukraine, and they chased that company out of the country or something. So obviously, Newstar has its own questions about whether Joffe was working on behalf of the company, or that is how it would seem. And Joffe is making the claim that he was working on the company's behalf. Reading through the filing, I think there's some question marks. If you look at some of the Sussman evidence and what came out in that trial, I think he's putting on a very happy face about his part in things and what he claims he did and why he did it versus perhaps what some of the exhibits say. So we could probably take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's so much going on. We have Senator Wyden out there who released a letter on Newstar about a month ago, just calling into question the basic steps of them selling data to Georgia Tech from their presumably unwitting customers who may not want to have their data sold to Georgia Tech. But then Georgia Tech apparently taking this relationship with Newstar under contracts with the Department of Defense, and they're data mining it and they're analyzing it for various purposes related to cybersecurity. So it's pretty interesting. There wasn't anything that was a real bombshell. I think this part's probably important. NSS and subsidiary ERP essentially spun out of Neustar, and they're separated now. So this was a special subsidiary of Neustar ERP Services, and that was doing exclusively working with the government, sensitive contracts, classified information, and apparently Neustar no longer has that practice. So that might be a positive. But as it relates to what information might develop in the future, more related to John Durham, it might be something to do with ERP services. That might be something to watch as we progress through this whole situation. And then as far as this lawsuit goes, a lot of the docket, a lot of the important docket is still sealed. So we'll keep an eye on it. A lot of the other exhibits, they're not necessarily value add. The ones that we can get to, they're just expensive exhibits that don't necessarily contribute a whole lot. So we'll keep an eye on it. MB or King, if you guys have anything else on this.
The one thing I did want to say about the entire Georgia Tech enterprise that we should mention is this was being funded by the Department of Defense through DARPA. So that's something that still sits badly with me, and I'm sure that some people in Congress know a lot about this already. It's been funded, but I'm hoping that this causes them to take another look, because we're talking about surveillance that is very domestic in some of its nature, that is being paid for by the military, and that is probably not something that should ever happen. I know that it's also being used for these international either terrorists they're looking at, or obviously spies from our adversaries, but we're in a different age now where what's overseas and what's domestic is really not easy to separate. And we're having enough trouble keeping the FBI out of or doing criminal investigations instead of concentrating on these counterintelligence investigations that never end up in court of law. And the CIA is never supposed to be doing this. This line's gotten very blurred. And that's really worrisome to me. Quite aside from what the threat is, this could be used, by somebody underhanded trying to affect our domestic situation and our politics, and that seems to be what's happened. So this isn't theoretical anymore. This is, it happened immediately. So I'm really concerned about this, and I hope that in the long run Congress can really rethink whether this is a good idea.
I think that's a great point that you make. I mean, the contract at issue is a Ramnuja contract. That's the program name at the Department of Defense, and it's within the DARPA sub-agency. And it was effective in November 2016. And these researchers had gotten some early access, apparently. That's been alleged in Durham filings. And the first thing they did with this contract, with their first access that they got, was they went and they mined for dirt against a political rival, essentially. They looked for dirt on President Trump. And you have to look into, there's so many different tentacles of this. You go over to BitBuoyant, where Joffe has an ownership interest, and he's tasking Jared Novick to essentially go deep and go wide with basically everything that relates to President Trump or his campaign associates and his family. And it's like, is this really the purpose of what the Department of Defense is going to be about? And then on the other angle, we have a number of FOIA documents now that we have obtained where the Department of Defense and the FBI are going to DARPA. They're going to the Department of Defense to solicit information for domestic investigations. And that's not specific to RussiaGate. That is apparently a much more widespread practice. We saw that in the Tree of Life synagogue shooting, where the tasking came down from the Department of Justice and went to the Department of Defense. And within a couple hours, the Department of Defense had tasked Manos Antonakakis at Georgia Tech to go and look at this individual's online history. And that blows my mind that, you could, one, run this to the Department of Defense, but then two, you're going to have, university researchers, private contractors, however you want to classify it, running these inquiries. And I think Senator Wyden had a really important letter a few weeks ago, because it doesn't appear that they're obtaining warrants for a lot of this inquiries. I mean, nobody's getting their constitutional rights under the Fourth Amendment. They're presuming that all this DNS activity is just publicly available information, and it's really not. I mean, we have a presumption of privacy for what we do online, and you don't have to go through too many examples before you understand that, because whatever somebody's going through in their life, what they type into Google might be deeply personal to them, and you wouldn't want to have just anybody looking at that and figuring out what's going on, because it's not just anonymous metadata out there. It is deeply personal information. There's NetFlow data. There's a little bit of everything that seems to be going on within the Department of Defense, and that's deeply, deeply concerning.
Yeah, and the fact that these aren't trained FBI agents necessarily. These aren't Department of Justice lawyers, and those guys are really nowhere around. They're tasking this out. It's going through a couple of parties before it gets to these, God bless them, these computer scientists at Georgia Tech, and they're being given instructions by these tech guys that have no training in civil rights either, and they're just told, go find out for us. Well, that would never fly. We would hope at least the FBI gets instructions on what's legal and what's not legal, and what Fourth Amendment issues. And there's just no way the guys at Georgia Tech that's even on their radar screen. If you've read their emails via FOIA that are available now and things like that, it just never really it comes up in the sense of, is what we're doing necessarily legal? But they're not even like asking questions. Is it ethical? Is this should we be doing this? That never seemed to, maybe you've read a lot more of that than I did, but I never got the sense that they asked, is this right or wrong? Occasionally they'd ask if it was legal, but just the ethics of it never seemed to occur to them.
On the contrary, I think there's one email I can picture quite clearly right now where they actually go the other way. And it was in a Durham filing where they're actually saying, we have to pull out all the tools out of our tool bag just to make a weak attribution. But then they go on in that same paragraph and they say, we're going to have to explain to privacy nut jobs how we did this. And it's like they have no regard for what they're looking at and what they're doing and the impact on the lives of the people that are around this thing. You could look at people individually, because we know there's this list of Trump associates out there, and we don't know to what extent the Georgia Tech researchers were on that. But certainly some of these other private entity researchers had this list of Trump associates. And you've got people like Carter Page on it. You've got people like Sergey Milian on it, who is not really associated with Trump, by the way. But it's like, oh, yeah, just look for all the information you can on Carter Page. And that's deeply, deeply concerning. I mean, we're not talking about opposition research anymore. We're talking about, how can I hurt these people in such a manner that I can impact them politically?
Well, Trump's family was on these lists, and things were coming up on them. If you're looking at DNS coming out of somebody's network at their home or their residence or whatever it is, that's not necessarily the person you're looking at. That could be their 13-year-old son. That could be their wife, their mother. Who knows? This, like you say, this stuff is deeply personal, and I think the law is pretty far behind it. I'm not going to necessarily say that this was illegal, but I think the question of it, whether it should be illegal, is the question that needs to be pursued now, because the law is so far behind the technology. And I'm sure your average congressman does not understand this stuff. It's not really simple things, but it could be explained to them in a way that they would understand.
Absolutely. I think you and I are in complete agreement on that. And for all these Congress members that talk about, getting revenge or whatever you want to call it on big tech. Well, if you have a data privacy law that inhibits their ability to freely sell our data, collect and mine our data, that's going to be a huge hit to their bottom line. And, whoever's taking campaign money from big tech companies, they're going to get a lot of pressure. They're going to get a lot of pressure to vote against the data privacy law. But to your point, we need to catch up to the technology of today. Talking about the Fourth Amendment protections, 150 years ago, the Fourth Amendment, you're talking about what you had on your person, maybe what you had in the saddlebags on your horse. You're not talking about like a cell phone that you have years and years of information on, and you're using on a 15 hours a day or whatever the case might be, and it's going to have all your information that you can extract on that. So
Yeah.
Not to beat a dead horse on that, but
I agree. And the one more thing I want to sort of mention about the Georgia Tech enhanced attribution program, if you take Durham seriously and the indictment he laid out of Sussman, you're going to get a different story than what Rodney Jaffe and others are trying to tell. They would want to have you believe that we have this amazing tool that's being used, against foreign adversaries and so forth, and this information bubbled up about Donald Trump, and it came to light, and they got really worried about it because it threw, this computer just spit it out at them. And that apparently is, at least according to Durham and everything that we've seen, that is absolutely not what happened. They fed the name Donald Trump in to find connections to Russia. It didn't come from this pool of data naturally. So, you're going to hear that if you listen to these guys and what their kind of excuses are, that, well, we had to do something. Well, did you do the same thing for Hillary Clinton? Did you do the same thing for anybody on the other side of the aisle and find out if just putting this name plus Russia spits back things? And of course they didn't do that. They had a political agenda and they executed it.
You're exactly right. And their narrative really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And you look at this group and their experience and their connections, they have deep connections to all levels of law enforcement and intelligence communities. If they had an idea, even if they weren't sure, they say, it could be a communication server. I don't really know. They have plenty of people. They could pick up the phone and say, hey, I found something. It's a little bit strange. I don't really know what to make of it. It's hitting the server. It's named Trump Organization or whatever it was. I think it was Trump email or something. I think you should check it out. And that's it. You could do that with one phone call. And all these guys have the clout that anybody they speak to they're going to do it. They're absolutely going to pick up the phone and take that phone call, and they're going to look into it. And when they actually looked into these allegations, the data didn't even support the allegations that were being made because it's a non-technical interpretation of DNS lookups. Somehow you have to really, be quite out there to just form a narrative that it represents a communications channel. And that's something that's really disturbing. Instead of just saying, hey, I found some pretty weird DNS activity, they said, no, it's a communications channel. And this is what's going on. And that's really concerning because then they hid behind pseudonyms and went to the media. They went to Slate. They went to the New Yorker. I believe they went to the CNN. And it's like, why don't you just stand up as, somebody with integrity and say, this is what I think is going on. This is my name. You put my name behind it. I think it's worth investigating. And then you don't have to go back again and again to media organizations. You don't have to go back to Congress over and over, or law enforcement agencies, or go flag down the CIA as they did. Any of these researchers, if they put their name down and say, I think this is what is happening, absolutely, they would have investigated it. And very troubling, once they did investigate it, the conclusions from the FBI, the CIA, the independent IT companies that looked at it, the independent analysts that look at it, I mean, their conclusions are all negative. They're very, very negative. From the data was fraudulent, from technically not feasible to manipulated, and a whole host of other conclusions. And not a single one has said, yeah, that's plausible. Nobody that was truly independent of this group has said it was a plausible narrative and that the data was good. So to my awareness anyway.
Yeah, and this group had financial incentives to make sure that that their program was effective, and that what didn't seem likely they were going to back off of their first big swing and go, yeah, maybe our system here isn't as magical as we think. No, of course not. They came out with this. They put it out there, and they weren't going to back off of it. And there was no one there to look over their shoulder or to error check them. And until it got to some of the cyber FBI, to the CIA, and they were the ones that were going, no, this what they're giving us doesn't check out, or at least there's not enough information here to make the conclusions that they're so certain of.
Absolutely. And there's more information. Obviously, we kind of hit on it right off the bat. I mean, indications are that Rodney Joffe and some of these other researchers that worked at Georgia Tech that are involved in these Alpha Bank allegations, they appear to have other roles. Apparently, they went and worked for Special Counsel Mueller to some extent, and they provided work product on the DNC hack, including attribution work, is our understanding right now. So as that story breaks, obviously that's going to be a pretty big bombshell out there once the mainstream media actually catches up to us on that. And that's kind of the purpose of the show, because whenever that news breaks, I don't imagine the mainstream media is going to catch up to us within a couple of days. It's going to take them some time to really go through all the documents as we have. So whenever that news does break, you can definitely come back to this channel. We'll have a chat that night for sure.
Yeah, and I think we're really trying to gear up for whenever the Durham report comes out. There's going to be so much information so fast that people are, going to be wanting to have it distilled and have the documents put in front of them so they understand what's happening. And that's something we're really looking forward to be able to do. There's a ton of stuff we know that is there. Now, whether it comes out unredacted, whether it's going to be held as grand jury secrets, things like that, we don't know, but we should be able to fill in the gaps of a lot of that stuff. So just because the mainstream media may downplay things or not mention it at all, we'll be able to say, well, this is what we do know about that for a fact. Here are the documents. We'll show it to you.
Absolutely. And there's other things coming as well. Obviously, we have the binder of documents. It looks like it's going to be released relatively soon. Judicial Watch filed a lawsuit for that. And that could be out any day now. That could come out tomorrow just as easily as any other day. So binder of RussiaGate documents, the John Durham report. I have some FOIA requests and lawsuits out there. I know some other people do as well. And any number of documents could come back to where, it might be nice to have a chat, and we'll be able to pull up a screen just like this and go through the documents line by line. We're not really talking about the document that I have up right now because there's only a couple points in here that were sort of interesting. Nothing really stood out. So obviously, if you want to read it, you can check out Charlie Savage's Twitter feed tonight, and there's a link on there. But there's nothing too crazy here if you've been following us for a while. So, MB, do you want to talk about the indictment?
Which indictment is that? Undead.
McGonigal.
Mr. McGonigal. Yeah, that name's come up a few times, and now he's very famous as of today for apparently working for a Russian oligarch's behalf, being paid a lot of money, not declaring it, and allegedly making some false statements and doing some things on documents as an FBI senior agent in the New York field office.
Yeah, I mean, I think he actually was indicted twice today, right? Because I think he's indicted out of New York, and then I think he got caught an indictment in the District of Columbia as well. And quite honestly, I haven't had the time to actually sit down and really break down the indictment, but sounds like he's in a heap of trouble. And I think what caught everybody, beyond the fact that he's got significant ties to Deripaska, he's obviously a big player in the whole RussiaGate story. He was one of the first people that were kind of clued into the investigation as it really started getting off the ground. So I think a lot of people have questions about when did this influence and this conspiracy actually start? Because certainly the indictment, I think, 2018, and then I think the DC indictment talks about August 2017, where they started some of their activities. But when did they actually establish contact? When did they start speaking? And was there some influence maybe going back a little bit earlier?
Yeah, and again, to kind of get ahead of the spin that we're hearing that this was a Trump kind of guy. No, that is not the case. Oleg Deripaska was the oligarch that apparently he was taking money from, or allegedly. Christopher Steele worked on that man's behalf, lobbying for him. So if we're doing guilt by association, Chris Steele, at the same time he was working to dig up dirt on Trump, was also taking money from Deripaska to dig up dirt on the guy that they say Deripaska is friends with. So none of these guys are good guys when you kind of get down to it, at least in my opinion. So I think we're going to find out McGonigal was a Comey appointee and protege to some extent. He had some absolutely glowing words to say about Comey when Comey was fired. We have that in a transcript and on a YouTube channel. He was very upset the day he happened to be on stage giving a interview, and he was really upset that Comey had been fired and had a lot to say about it. So this guy was pretty, I guess, if you want to call him swampy, that might be a good description, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I like I said, I really haven't gotten a chance to really break down all these documents, but pretty interesting that he's got all these ties. A lot of people are asking about John Durham connections, and there's no indication in the indictments today that John Durham had anything to do with this indictment. It wasn't brought by John Durham. Certainly, I would imagine Durham was aware of it, but one of the things that we did pick up from the Joffe material was that it really appears that Durham is done. And there's been a lot of people that are kind of doubting that. And, they say, what's your source? And it's like, well, for one thing, in documents that I obtained in that civil case a few weeks ago, Joffe in his filings says that John Durham cleared him and said, we're not going to charge you in October. So the only reason he would tell Joffe that is either Rodney Joffe took a plea, or not a plea deal, but some type of cooperation agreement where he's going to testify against other people, which I don't see as likely at all, or Durham is done. And that's what seems to fit with the public reporting that originated around October. And for all we know, maybe Joffe was the source of that public reporting. But, all indications are, especially with a couple of people from the Durham team leaving over the last 4 or 5 weeks, it looks like Durham's done. Don't really see what he might still be doing. I'm a little bit surprised, quite honestly, that we haven't heard about a report, because Danchenko trial wrapped up like mid-October, and we're still, we're heading towards February now, and we haven't heard about a report being finished and submitted yet. And I think we would, but I guess I'm not sure. Maybe it's been submitted. Maybe it's just going through redactions right now.
Yeah, I don't think we hear. Durham is famously tight-lipped and not allowed. Leaks do not come out of his office. If he's wrangling with the attorney general about any kind of redactions, I don't think we'd necessarily hear about it. Maybe if the rubber hit the road and he felt like this needs to, become public because something wrong is happening, he would probably go to Congress. He probably would not run to a camera like some other prosecutors in the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be. I already feel a great deal of sympathy for him for what he's going to go through when he goes and testifies to Congress, which he no doubt will, because based on stuff that we know and stuff we were just talking about, Republicans are going to be furious, or at least they're going to make a show of being furious, because in his report, he's going to talk about, these same Alpha Bank researchers had a role in the DNC hack attribution. And that's just going to, set a lot of hair on fire in Congress, because that doesn't feel right. That doesn't make sense to a lot of people. And, if we get to see that part of the report unredacted, and there is somewhat of a chance that it is redacted and we don't get to see it, he's going to face a lot of questions about how and why he couldn't come up with conspiracy charges. Certainly with everything else that we know, it just doesn't sit right, because we have Rodney Joffe, who is a confidential human source. We have at least one of his other associates that was a confidential human source going to the FBI around October 5th. We're not sure exactly who that is. And then everything else that they were doing and going on. And then the repeated, bringing of this information that really wasn't making sense and wasn't panning out, to continue trying to funnel that to the government. And then the government sort of in lockstep, working, for the same goals, whether it's not interviewing David Dagan, which they wanted to, and they didn't. And then he went on and worked for Special Counsel Mueller, or whether it's making Igor Danchenko a paid confidential human source to seemingly hide him from Congress and from FOIA, there's going to be way too many data points, and Republicans are just going to be laying into John Durham, I think, especially after taking this long and after, it's been like 3 years now. He was talking about predication. So I don't think Durham's going to have a fun day when he has to go testify.
Well, I think something really smart that the Republicans actually did, which is sometimes rare, is they've set up this select committee run by Jim Jordan that will theoretically be handling the Durham report, because it just isn't kind of their purview. And they've got all the security protocols. They have a SCIF they can work in. And I would assume they're going to be doing some interviews with John Durham behind closed doors. And there'll be public hearings for sure, but behind closed door stuff is probably where the real work gets done, because there's less grandstanding. You get this thing where each guy has 2 minutes to talk, and they spend 1:30 talking about their district and how mad they are and blah, blah, blah. And nothing gets done. Well, behind closed doors, there's not as much of that. And I think that some of the stuff that he won't be allowed to talk about because of just its issues with secrecy, he'll be able to talk about in that context because it's already set up. And I think that is probably where the good stuff will come out. I think the main issue is the congressmen have to be asking the right questions, and they may just not know which questions to ask. So, if they hear us, we're here to help. I would love, I think there are incredible resources out here of guys that have been working on this for years, and they would all drop everything to help. So I am hopeful that the right information gets to the right people and the right questions get asked.
I think that's a great point. Yeah. I mean, hopefully they're going to ask the right questions. I know there's good investigators in Congress, but they don't necessarily have all the time in the world to track this sort of as we do. There's a lot more going on. Obviously, they don't have the free decision over what they do with their time. They're going to be tasked on different things. We have so many different scandals out there that would be dividing their time, and there's just so many different documents. So yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, to any extent that members of Congress or staffers might be listening in, absolutely. I hope they would reach out, and we might have a few good ideas as far as what questions to ask and try to get some answers, and hopefully would be able to see, them subpoena not just talk to John Durham, but go and pull some of these witnesses and pull some of these subjects of interest before Congress. And if they, whatever the case might be, I don't care how they do it. I don't really want to make a big show of it. I really legitimately just want to hear some questions to them and see what they say, because reports can be difficult to read, but they can also leave out some of that, direct type information. And there's just going to be so many questions that come out of the Durham report. Whenever we see it, there's going to be just so many questions. There's going to be a lot of offshoots, I imagine. As we've kind of gone through this, there's so many offshoot type investigations that Durham is not going to get into. And that, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier too, like the data privacy and the data mining program. We have emails in our possession where Rodney Joffe, not only is he associated with the AlphaBank allegations, not only is he apparently associated with the DNC hack investigation and attribution, he is associated with some massive contracts with the federal government, including certain provision of data to the U.S. government, massive data analytics programs for the U.S. government. And that's just really alarming, right? I mean, how does he seemingly get connected to all these different stories? I'm going to add Kingmaker back in here. And King, I mean, if you have any ideas or anything you want to mention as far as, what you're expecting from the Durham report, or what Congress might or should be doing when they get the Durham report, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Right now, I'm in the position that Congress may have to pull some teeth from the DOJ to see the Durham report. Garland may put the clamps on it and keep it secret for a variety of reasons, and it may take some aggressive action by Congress to even see it. We'll just have to see. It's right now. It's total speculation. I want to go back to one thing you said, Penguin. You go by Penguin or Undead. In talking about Jaffe suing New Star for his fees and those letters you've produced from the Georgia Tech people looking for Georgia Tech to pay their fees, one thing kind of jumps out. The individuals, Jaffe and the Georgia Tech researchers who were doing the attribution work for whoever, Mueller, the DOJ or the FBI, or just on their own to help Hillary, do not appear to have been supervised by the people they worked for. Neither New Star nor Georgia Tech had any control over what they were doing, and probably no knowledge of what they were doing, which raises a massive question. Like, who were they working for? Were they being paid on the side? Do they have exposure for using government data, either at the state level or the federal level, to try to take out a presidential candidate or a president? Those are legal questions that jump into my mind. And so far, only New Star has publicly taken a stand that it had nothing to do with what Jaffe was up to. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think 100% that some of these guys had side companies that were in the same business, basically. So you could argue they were using this as a jumping off point for personal gain. I don't know if that's true, but I know they had companies. The other thing, well, I'm thinking of it real quick, King. So we know that grand jury material probably won't or may well not end up in the public Durham report. But we know that David Dagon was a cooperating witness for Durham, and he would have testified in front of the grand jury. But he also would have assumedly talked to Durham, in personal interviews. If are those personal interviews still fair game? If they're basically the same thing you told the grand jury?
Should be fair game if he did it outside of the grand jury.
That's good. That's good news.
But there may be other reasons, even apart from grand jury secrecy, that A.G. Garland will try to put the clamps on it and keep as much of it as possible confidential. Including that indictment today, or two indictments that came out today, are both intriguing because they clearly have ties back to RussiaGate. This guy, McGonigal, how do you say his name?
I think that's right.
McGonigal, he had his hands in the RussiaGate pretty early on. And Stephen McIntyre, Climate Audit, is pursuing a thread this evening that I read just before I came on here, suggesting that there could be a Hunter Biden tie to this guy as well. particularly he's referring to the D.C. indictment, which involves taking money when he was an FBI agent, taking money from Albanians and later some other East Europeans. And the Albanians have some tie that I have not traced yet, but it's worth looking at, to Albanian oil and gas resources, which, according to McIntyre, the CEFC, which was paying Hunter, was also interested in. So it kind of, it's a vast web that we could go off onto another tangent at this point.
Yeah, they're going to have to pick this apart because this guy was involved in a ton of this stuff. He would have been there in the New York field office when Anthony Weiner's laptop was being either sat on or finally discovered, depending on how you look at it, right before the election. So what role he had to play in that, I'm sure, is something a lot of people are going to want to know. Yeah, he was in right before he came to New York. He was in FBI headquarters in cyber, and received. I believe that he received a tip on the Steele dossier and was the one that kicked it up to the 7th floor. There's an email of his forwarding, which, you know, who knows how much that influence that had, if any, but, you know, that's, he was in a pretty powerful position to be able to send it up where it's going to get into McCabe or Comey's hands or even Strzok. So this is going to take a long time to unravel.
Would he have had any involvement at all in Patrick Ho, the investigation, arrest, and ultimately plea deal? That's the Hunter's client, Hunter Biden's client, the spy chief of China, he called it.
He could have. Did he have a New York connection?
He was
Probably.
arrested he was indicted and arrested in New York.
You would think you would have to at least be knowledgeable of it.
So put that on your list, guys, to track down.
Yeah, it's another Where's Waldo guy. There's just so many of these guys that just get their fingers in everything.
Yeah, there's a couple really interesting theories out there, and Walker I wish he was on because he had some pretty interesting theories about some tie-ins that Hunter Biden might kind of have into some of these different players, and I bet he would have something better to contribute on that than I do, because I can't really make that connection, or maybe Stephen McIntyre if he hopped on. But
well, he just posted it this evening, so I have not looked at what he's looking at or tried to run it to ground, but he's on it, and it kind of piqued my interest.
When did McGonigal retire? Anybody get the?
Yeah, 2018.
Okay.
Don't have the month.
Yeah, I think it was in the fall of 2018. That's my understanding. Let's see here. Yeah.
But back to RussiaGate, I wait and I wait and I wait for something from John Durham. Hopefully he.
I think we lost King.
Oh, King, well, I think he left the whole chat. I think he must have hit the X on accident.
Well, he'll be back. But I'm sure that we're all waiting on Durham. He's absolutely right. And there he is. And King's going to be invaluable, his legal expertise, as it has been. We've learned so much from him. There he is. Hey, King, want to finish your thought?
This app or something on my, I'm doing this with my phone, and it keeps popping in and out. So I apologize.
No worries.
But on RussiaGate, what I was saying was, we just have to wait for whatever Durham comes up with. Hopefully, it's something meaty and substantive, and that he can get it out into the public. I don't see any evidence that he has anything still going legally. No more indictments. I think we're just waiting on a report.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have any thoughts as far as, how bad it's going to look that the same researchers tied to the Alpha Bank allegations are apparently responsible for the attribution for the DNC hack? I mean, let's talk about the Mueller case for a moment. So Mueller indicted 12 GRU agents for hacking the DNC. And from a Brady material perspective, if you knew that the attribution tying your client to this alleged offense came from individuals that were tied to allegations like the Alpha Bank allegations, I mean, how would that play into your thinking, either both sides? I mean, as a prosecutor, as the government bringing the case, or as a defense attorney?
We don't know enough yet, I don't think. We know that he was given white papers by the Georgia Tech people. We know that he had a redacted CrowdStrike report, not a complete one. I think it was called a draft even. We don't know what else he had. And we don't know how those all fit together, whether they were consistent or whether there were holes in one or more. And he decided to reject them and rely on somebody else.
Sorry, I was just sending out an email. But yeah, I think that's a fair point. Obviously, we're all waiting now. John Durham's been at it almost 4 years. They're just, a lot of people kind of look at this as like a pass-fail. And if there's more indictments, then they say, well, Durham's done a good job. And if he doesn't do any more indictments, if it's just a report, he's a complete failure, and all this has been worthless. And I don't see that as the case at all. John Durham started this so late in the game. I mean, after Mueller had been around for 3 years, finally John Durham was appointed and he started looking at this. But by then, anybody that had evidence that didn't want it to be found had ample time to get rid of it, obviously. And I think that's so challenging for Durham to try to make a case, when everybody's using encrypted communication systems and then they're deleting and wiping their phones left and right. It's going to be really, really hard to prove criminal intent.
Yeah, and I think that when the FBI was actively working against him in some respects, that certainly didn't help. He was really behind the eight ball. Yeah,
I just put him in 10 minutes ago. Oh, that's from yesterday? I didn't take those out.
King's walking his dog. Yeah, but my thought is there's going to be stuff coming out with Durham's report that we have no idea. Like when the Jaffe stuff came out, it really, in a lot of ways, was out of left field. And I think there's going to be things that are just so off of our radar, and that's exciting because anytime something like that happens, we look back at everything we think we already know and put it in that prism, something new that has connections to all the things that we've already run down over and over again. So I think we'll be spending a lot of time looking at new things that we really can't even speculate about.
I agree. Is there anything else you guys, either one of you wanted to get into? I don't think we had to go crazy late tonight. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more to come. And this is sort of like an intro. There's a couple things that happened today where it gave us some justification to go ahead and do sort of an introduction video and sort of start building this platform. And then with this platform established, obviously, that's what we want to have in place. When we get into, Durham's report, get into the FOIA documents that are coming, that I expect actually pretty soon, and some of my stuff, and the binder of RussiaGate documents and everything else that's going to happen over the next year. Having this platform is going to be really important. Being able to share those documents and walk through them together line by line is going to be great. And then we have a lot more speakers. I think there's probably 10 or 15 of us that have sort of been doing this together for a long time. So there'll be more and more people that kind of join us, and we'll do more and more of these. But I'm happy to stick around, MB or King, if you guys have anything else you guys want to get into.
I don't know. I do think this is a great platform, Undead, and I'm really glad you came up with it. I think we can do a lot of things with documents and put on some more multimedia kind of stuff. We saw this a lot in some of the other trials of, really when you get into legal stuff, it's great because you get these, filings and briefs and things, and you can really just, get the highlighter out, and the lawyers can explain it, and you can talk about exhibits. So I think that's exciting, and it just for people that are kind of visual learners like myself, I think it's really helpful to just look at the actual documents and go, yeah, there's no getting around it. Here's the proof.
I like the way you can see a document on this. This is really handy, very helpful. But I have nothing more to contribute tonight.
All righty. Well, we can go ahead and end it here. I really appreciate everybody joining us. I mean, if there's listeners out there, if you want to go ahead and we're not going to be a channel that begs you to like and share the stream every day, because we're not looking for monetization necessarily, but certainly appreciate social media shares, and especially as we try to establish a channel and make it worthwhile to have more and more speakers come on. And we'll certainly be looking to do more of these, and we'll try to do some pre-recorded videos. We get questions a lot about people like Seth Rich or Joseph Mifsud or a few other topics, and we can definitely go through and cover those. That's not a big deal. So Walk of Fire and MB, I think you and I, all of us, were talking about that the other night. So that'd be good. We'll certainly look to be doing some of that. And then whenever news breaks, we'll be here doing live streams. So with that, I think I'm going to end it here, and I will see you guys next time. See you guys.
Thanks. Good night, fellas.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night. What's going on, folks? This is Undead FOIA, and this is FOIA Round and Find Out, a little show that we've put together, and we are RussiaGate Sleuths. So for the last several years, we've worked as amateur investigators looking at RussiaGate from many different angles, but mostly pulling up FOIA documents or reading through declassified documents to try to get a little bit more information that isn't necessarily being covered on the day-to-day in the mainstream media. I'm joined by MB, who is going to be my co-host, fantastic researcher himself. And today we're just going to talk about the DNC hack a little bit, because we have some information that is going to be a big story someday, and it's not being covered right now. But we have the documents. We have enough to put this out into the public and get it to you, and so that maybe you're interested in the DNC hack. Maybe you are kind of on the same page that we were, and that some of the story didn't really make sense. Maybe you didn't really appreciate that this was blasted 24/7 for years and years, and now all of a sudden there's really lack of interest in everything that happened, and you're just looking for more information. And that's what we do. So we spend a lot of FOIAs. We go to court and fight for documents and when we need to. And most of all, we've been active on Twitter as a group, loosely affiliated group, for a number of years. And so we've kind of developed a little show. We did some of these Spaces chats on Twitter for a while, and this is the next evolution of that. So happy to be with you all tonight, and thanks for coming, MB. It's always nice to see you.
It's great to see you, Undead. We kind of have a Sleuths After Dark thing happening here. It's
Friday. Absolutely. Yeah, we were streaming at 2 a.m. on a Saturday morning, I guess. So it's been a long day, been a long week, and happy to have you here, man.
Good to be here too. Yeah, it's been a long day. A lot of stuff's been breaking loose. There's some more Twitter files today. Matt was on with Hans on a Spaces chat, which was really cool. And it seems like a lot of stuff of the evolution of everything that we're talking about kind of is starting to come to light in a new way, and it's kind of exciting.
Absolutely, and we're definitely going to have a couple of videos on some of the Russian Twitter bots and some of the theories that we have and some of the research that we have on that. I think that'd be a great topic. But a great chat today with Hans, and Matt Taibbi joined us, and that was great to hear from him again. And without further ado, we can talk about the DNC hack a little bit. We're not necessarily going to hit it from the angle of everything that was wrong with the hack. There's a lot of issues that have been highlighted repeatedly throughout the years. These Russians, highly sophisticated operators apparently, use Russian language settings on the data or the documents that they released, used an IP address that had blown. It was publicly identified as something that was tied to Russian intelligence. So it's really odd that they would use it. There's a litany of issues that are pretty amazing that a really sophisticated intelligence operation would commit those types of errors. But we're not going to necessarily recover that. So there's a lot of content out there about that. We're actually going to hit it a little bit more on the attribution side. And there's a lot of speculation out there. I think probably big pet peeve of mine is every time I post about the DNC hack, inevitably I get a couple people in my mentions talking about Seth Rich, and they don't want to hear anything else other than Seth Rich. And while I don't totally discount everything that relates to Seth Rich, I think the FBI in particular has done some really odd things, especially as it relates to FOIA litigation and Ty Clevenger and the legwork that he's been putting in and just trying to get the documents. There's definitely some weird stuff that happened, but I am not an advocate of any theory that he was involved in the hack. And maybe MB disagrees with me, and maybe we have a chat on Seth Rich specifically in the future. But tonight, as I said, we're going to talk more about the attribution side, because there are a few things that are a little bit weird. And I obtained this information primarily by submitting open records requests to Georgia Tech, and that's really where the information initially developed. So Georgia Tech, you might be thinking, what do you mean submitted information request to Georgia Tech? And the reason that I was doing that actually relates to the Alpha Bank allegations. And those were a set of allegations that Donald Trump had set up this secret communications channel to Vladimir Putin using Alpha Bank as an intermediary. And that was a very odd allegation. It really relates to a set of DNS lookups, which by themselves don't necessarily mean all that much. But attached to these DNS lookups was this narrative that was really unsupported by anything else other than, this white paper that said, yeah, we think this is a secret communications system, which doesn't make sense. I mean, if you really think about it logically, you've got a billionaire and you've got a leader of a foreign country. If they really wanted to talk, they would probably have a more sophisticated system, or, they would send somebody. It's not that much for a billionaire to send somebody on a plane and go talk to somebody that they need to talk to. So it didn't make much logical sense. The people that actually looked at the data, universally bad. I mean, everybody that's been truly independent of the initial researchers, I don't know of a single one that's actually found that to be credible. The conclusions range from the CIA calling it not technically plausible. There's one internet blogger that called it fraud. There's another internet blogger that, called it, probably malicious. And then there's some independent IT firms that have looked at it, and they also shot it down. And then when you talk, when you hear the FBI agents at the Sussman trial testify about it, they debunked it within a day. I mean, they gave it no credibility whatsoever. It didn't make sense. The Trump organization didn't even control the server. I mean, nothing about it added up at all. And when you got the Sussman indictment, and this was September 2021, there's some of these emails that are referenced because John Durham does a speaking indictment, and he references certain individuals beyond Michael Sussman, who was the one that was actually indicted. He references Tech Executive 1, later identified as Rodney Joffe. He identifies Originator 1, which was later found out to be April Lorenzen. And then he identifies two others, and Researcher 1 and Researcher 2. Researcher 1 is now known to be Manos Antonakakis of Georgia Tech, and Researcher 2 is David Dagan of Georgia Tech. And that's where what we're talking about tonight kind of ties back in. So these two researchers at Georgia Tech have a very interesting story because David Dagan is allegedly the one that authored that white paper for the Alpha Bank allegations. And as testified to at the Sussman trial, the FBI wanted to talk to him because they wanted to know how he came up with those allegations, where he pulled the data from, how it was constructed. And the 7th floor of the FBI rebuffed that. They didn't want to let anybody go interview this guy. So then it becomes really, really interesting, and I'm going to share a document on our screen. I meant to do that a little bit earlier. Bear with me 1 second. One second. Yes, here we go. Oh.
Yeah, and there was internal dissension in some of the emails that Durham produced and were in the FOIAs that even the researchers themselves had big doubts about how robust this attribution was, just based on the work they were doing themselves. So that to me is a big red flag that. And you could see that there was pushback of, well, what's it going to take to get us to a place where we can convince, other entities, and it's not like, well, this is so compelling we have to do this. So that to me is not a great look.
Yeah, and I appreciate you stepping in there as I pause. It's a new software system. We're just starting out here, and I was trying to share another document actually, but we can take a look at this one for now. And what these Georgia Tech researchers were subject to was a program at DARPA. And DARPA is a program or a sub-agency of the Department of Defense. And they have, pretty broad goals. I mean, they're really trying to identify malicious cyber actors, right? And they do that by indicators of compromise. They, they plug in a whole massive amount of data. And then based on patterns of behavior and some of the identifiers that are out there available online, they can positively identify certain malicious cyber actors that are out there. And that's sort of the goal. So maybe there's a foreign hacking group out there. They can identify that bad actor. And where that program comes back in is actually going to be, it appears, on the DNC hack. And that's at least our understanding right now of what subject or what prompted them to start doing some of these searches. Because after they did the Alpha Bank allegations, David Dagan describes that the Department of Justice actually contacted him, and they began tasking him to start looking at a few different things. And I'm going to try to share another file if I can.
And that all came through DARPA, right?
That's right. Yeah, it was all sent through DARPA. Yes. Okay. So I'll actually start with my FOIA documents here, and maybe I'll close this window and see if it works a little bit better. So submitting an open records request for emails for these researchers, I was really looking at the Alpha Bank matters. I really thought, okay, I'll go in these emails and I'll find, various things that, describe what they did in an Alpha Bank situation. And when we got in there, and I was collaborating with Margot Cleveland of Federalist, who had some great reporting in the spring that everybody should check out. As I got in there, we started finding some of these pretty interesting emails. And right here, this is a representative of state of Georgia who was in discussions to represent these individuals. She describes, in talking to David Dagan's lawyer, you indicate there's a fairly large file of Trump-related materials that have been assembled for production to the Office of Special Counsel Mueller or the Department of Justice. And that's really the headline of that email. And that was kind of a red flag, right? Like, what do you mean you work with the Department of Justice and Special Counsel Mueller? Because Mueller, as you remember, he was appointed in May 2017. So before that, as far as we knew, David Dagan's involvement had ended in October 2016 with Alpha Bank allegations, because that's when they wanted to interview him. So that told us, there was something more that we didn't know about. And as I scroll through this, we get to another email from David Dagan's lawyer. And this is in discussions to a grand jury subpoena that was issued to Georgia Tech. And they had kind of reached out to David Dagan's attorneys, and they're trying to find some of these documents that are responsive. And David Dagan's attorney goes on to describe what might be responsive. So they say DARPA white papers, and then they say white paper on DNC attack attribution. Well, that's pretty alarming right there. And then it says analysis of EOP networks. And if you've been following this really, really closely, there was an allegation that was circulated about a year ago now that Rodney Joffe and some of these researchers had looked at data from the White House itself. And we're still waiting to get a little bit more information on that. But then the next bullet point is white paper for DOJ on APT-29 related hackers. Now, that is Cozy Bear. So you might remember the DNC was hacked by two actors. Cozy Bear, who was there for a long time, for about a year, and then Fancy Bear. And Fancy Bear is the ones that everybody really thinks of. That was a much more acute hack that happened in April 2016. So they're talking about the other one. They're talking about the longer hackers, the Cozy Bear hackers. And then they were looking at crypto coin transactions and analysis that includes YOTA-related domains. So the crypto transactions might be relevant because we know that some of the domains and some of the infrastructure, the hacking tools that were purchased using cryptocurrencies. So that is a possibility that also ties into the DNC hack. And then finally, in quotations, Mueller list of domains and indicators related to APT-28. And now this one is Fancy Bear. So within these bullet points, we have them looking at Fancy Bear and Cozy Bear and creating a white paper on DNC hack attribution. So that was a big red flag, right? Like, okay, they're saying they worked on the DNC hack. And I want to highlight one other email before I go into Jerry Dunleavy's reporting. And this one is from Manos Antonikakis. And in the body of a longer email, he's talking to leadership at Georgia Tech, and he says, during one of my interviews with the special counsel prosecutor, I was asked point blank by Mr. DeFilippis, do you believe that DARPA should be instructing you to investigate the origins of a hacker, in quotations, Guccifer 2.0, that hacked a political entity, the DNC? Let that sink in a moment, folks. Someone hacked a political party, the DNC in this case, in the middle of an election year, 2016, and the lead investigator of the DOJ special counsel would question whether U.S. researchers working for DARPA should conduct investigations in this matter is acceptable. While I was tempted to say it back to him, what if this hacker had hacked the GOP? Would you want me to investigate him then? Blah, blah. He goes on from there. He's kind of rambling. Okay, he's saying that he looked at Guccifer 2.0. He investigated the hack of the DNC. And
obviously that's telling us they looked at the hack of the DNC. And we've had this email for almost a year now, and we've been pretty careful with this. I think Margot Cleveland wrote a story connecting them to Assisting Special Counsel Mueller, and we're going to cover that a little bit later. But we've been pretty careful with this. I mean, if you just take this at face value, this is saying they might be responsible for the attribution for the DNC hack. I mean, they wrote a white paper on it, right? So I want to get into Jerry Dunleavy's article because that is important context, I think, for all future stories. Because what Jerry Dunleavy did was he took the reporting that, he took the reporting that we had come up with and that Margot Cleveland was putting out there, and he started asking questions to DARPA. And what DARPA did was they denied it. They denied everything, that they approved it or they had any role in it. And that's really important context to have. So let me find the sections here. Yeah. So
he's doing amazing work.
Yeah. Washington Examiner article, and they say, quoting a DARPA official, DARPA was not involved in efforts to attribute the DNC hack. Dr. Antonikakis worked on DARPA's Enhanced Attribution Program, which did not involve analysis of the DNC hack. That's quoting Jared Adams, DARPA's Chief of Communications. Further, DARPA was not involved in efforts to attribute the Guccifer 2.0 persona, nor any involvement in efforts to attribute the origin of leaked emails provided to WikiLeaks. So that's pretty interesting, right? I mean, that's a pretty strong denial, and that prompted a lot of confusion. And I think Senator Grassley and Senator Johnson reached out, and they wanted more clarification because, obviously you have researchers out there saying, we did this at the direction of DARPA, and DARPA's saying, no, they didn't. And I want to pull up one other email. I think I know how to get to it now. And here we go. So now that we're on the screen, there we go. Okay. So this is the big important one. This is one that I've gotten a little bit more recently, and this sort of puts the issue to bed a little bit. So this is a letter from David Dagan's attorneys, and what they're doing is they're negotiating his legal fees, and they're arguing that he did all of this work as an employee of Georgia Tech for the benefit of the state of Georgia, and he's owed, I think they want $500,000 in legal fees to be paid for. We'll cover that in another topic. I think that's pretty alarming, but we'll do that on another chat. So what I do want to cover is this paragraph, these paragraphs right here. And this is under a header, work performed by Mr. Dagan for Georgia Tech that is subject to the investigation. And this is the investigation by Special Counsel Durham. So this is the author of the Alpha Bank white paper. And before we'd gotten into some of these documents, that's the extent of his relationship to RussiaGate, as far as we knew. So paragraph 1, the work that Mr. Dagan did on attribution analysis of communications traffic, which relates to the current legal matter, involved research on the Democratic National Convention hack, and I think they mean committee, the Advanced Persistent Threat 28, APT 28, which is Fancy Bear malware, analysis of potential attack traffic related to the 2016 election, including traffic between the Trump Organization, Spectrum Health, and Alpha Bank, that's the Alpha Bank allegations, and analysis of Yodaphone communications traffic. And that's another subject we'll cover in another video, but they're basically alleging that Donald Trump himself had carried around a Yodaphone. This work is in no less within the scope of Mr. Dagan's employment than the work he did on the Mariposa botnet. Okay. I'm going to skip the next paragraph. It's not too relevant, I don't think. But here's something that's very, very interesting. And like I said earlier, I mean, someday this is going to be the subject of a lot of discussions on broadcast networks, I believe. And I think Durham's report is going to cover this pretty extensively. So here's another important paragraph. As we noted in our previous call, when Mr. Dagan undertook a thorough review of work related to the investigation, which was performed from the end of 2016 forward, he discovered that almost all the initial work performed by him was on behalf of Georgia Tech under the DARPA contract. The work related to queries submitted by the U.S. Department of Justice through DARPA regarding Russian communications between Alpha Bank and the Trump Organization. So I'm going to pause right there. He's saying that the Department of Justice tasked him specifically to look at the Alpha Bank allegations. And that's really, really interesting because he was the one, he along with Rodney Joffe and a couple others, they're the ones that authored the white paper. They sent it to the FBI anonymously with Michael Sussman. Michael Sussman, as you remember, he brought those allegations to the FBI in September of 2016. And now he's saying in this email that at the end of 2016, he was tasked to look at those allegations by the Department of Justice. So that's a pretty big red flag. I mean, that doesn't really make sense. And it's pretty alarming if this meaning is true to sort of the plain language here, that the Department of Justice actually tasked him to look at it, because it's sort of a circular reporting that is alarming. So continuing this paragraph here, and the Trump Organization and Mr. Trump's use of a Russian Yodaphone. So that's what we just referenced a moment ago. They're saying that Mr. Trump himself used a Russian Yodaphone. And the exact nature of those allegations is a little bit unclear. The exact subject matter of the criminal grand jury subpoena that Mr. Dagan received from the Durham investigation. The requests were sufficient to require Mr. Dagan and Professor Antonakakis to set up a file within the DARPA project called DOJ and a subfile called Mueller, because they knew that these requests were coming from the DOJ and being sent back via DARPA to the Department of Justice and the Mueller investigation. So that's a lot there. I mean, there's a lot in that paragraph. He's saying that the Department of Justice tasked him to look at the DNC hack. The Department of Justice tasked him to look at the Alpha Bank allegations. But when he's talking about Mueller, okay, that is much later. That's into 2017. So not only does it appear that these two individuals had a role in the DNC hack attribution, but, you know, despite the FBI wanting to interview some of these individuals, somehow they found their way back into this investigation, submitting work product via DARPA. And I think that is a subject that can be investigated quite extensively. I think that strikes me as a little bit unusual. If the Department of Justice, if the FBI or Special Counsel Mueller needs resources, I don't understand the need for intermediaries, and that, you know, that's alarming. I mean, do they want to hide the source of the information that they're getting, or is this just bureaucracy, right? I mean, and that's possible, and I leave open that as a possibility, but that is pretty striking to me. So that's really what I wanted to throw out there, that these same individuals that are associated with these Alpha Bank allegations with data that is alleged by many out there, including the CIA, to be manipulated, to be incomplete, to be not technically plausible. These same individuals appear to have a prominent role in assisting Special Counsel Mueller, in assisting the Department of Justice, and they looked at the hack of the DNC. And this next point, I don't have any documentation on it. We do have we had an individual who came to us maybe 15 months ago, came to another researcher that I work with, and he said that Rodney Joffe, who was another individual involved in these Alpha Bank allegations, that Rodney Joffe also had a role in the attribution for the DNC hack. So that, you know, if that's true, I mean, you have some of these same individuals coming back around, and, you know, that just deserves a lot of questions. I think that's very alarming. And, you know, that's really what we wanted to put out there tonight. So, MB, I don't know if you want to jump in with some of your thoughts or what you might be thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first thing to circle back to what Jerry Dunleavy had reported was that DARPA had denied making any of these requests of Georgia Tech via DOJ, that they basically said they had nothing to do with it initially. And I don't know if they've ever corrected that on the record, but there's substantial documentation that is not true, that the DOJ was making requests through DARPA because it was their program. They were paying for it to Georgia Tech. So that's taxpayer money, federal money coming through the Department of Defense. And we've talked about this, whether, okay, is that domestic surveillance exactly? It's a gray area, because the political campaign, you're looking at the presidential campaign, for God's sake, of Donald Trump, and yeah, there's a Russian component to it, but that's supposed to be what the FBI looks at. And when they're using Defense Department military resources to do that, that to me is a really disturbing thing to happen, and really nobody knew about it. This is all at the level of researchers at Georgia Tech, whoever at the Mueller investigation and the DOJ was making it. It seemed like DARPA was just sort of passing it through, just rubber stamping it. So it seems like a major. I don't know, that it just seems like a big deal to me that the military was spying on however you want to look at it, was participating in this activity against a presidential campaign. Their resources were being used, and there was no oversight. There was nobody stepping in saying, wow, should we be doing this or not? So that was a big deal to me, that it always has been, and I hope that that's something that gets looked at.
Yeah, I was just pulling up another document there, and I think I'm going to cover it probably in another Spaces chat. But there is a broader context here, and you make some really good points there. I mean, I don't think a lot of Americans would understand that when the FBI wants data, apparently the FBI doesn't have that capacity within their internal resources. They farm that out, and we did get some indication of that, I think, during the Sussman trial, when they wanted to recreate the data supporting the Alpha Bank allegations. They actually went to third-party entities. They went to, I think, the host, actually, which probably makes sense, but I think they went to a couple different third parties, including GoDaddy, to try to reconstruct the data. And it's like, okay, they don't necessarily have the technical resources within their own systems. And the document I was just pulling up there for a second, that actually indicates there's a broader data collection program that Rodney Joffe is actually involved in, which is pretty alarming. That includes domestic data collection and provision of that data to the Department of Defense. And it appears that there's an effort underway to federalize the use of that data across multiple agencies. And there's some emails out there that I'd like to do another video on, where Kirk McConnell, who's working at the Senate, is discussing some of this program, which I think they call it the Big Data Platform, in which it integrates different data, both domestically and foreign, to kind of look at some of the stuff. And to the point that you just made, I mean, it's a great point. DARPA denies that they had any role in this, and yet, in multiple letters and multiple emails, these individuals that are, at legal risk right now with a lot on the line, David Dagan, he's got immunity. He's got an immunity deal with John Durham. Like, there's no reason that he would lie when trying to negotiate his legal fees, because he would just be throwing away his immunity agreement. And I don't know if those legal fees would be worth all that, because he's saying, he can't have these misrepresentations in there and hope to get his legal fees paid for. So we have every reason to kind of believe him. And I find it very, very alarming that DARPA is saying, no, we didn't approve this. We don't apparently know anything about it. And yet these guys are saying repeatedly over and over that they were doing this and submitting the information via DARPA. So it, seems fair to speculate that some of these individuals at DARPA that were apparently the conduits of this information might not have been looping in their superiors. I don't know if that's fair speculation. It seems to be the case. But if that's the case, it just opens up this can of worms where you don't know, there's an inference to draw that is malicious, and I don't want to go there yet until we get more documentation. But it doesn't make sense, right? So I think that's a great point, MB. Did you have anything else? I think I have one more point, and then I don't necessarily have anything else.
Sure. I think this is just an example of something we're going to see again and again, and probably will take a number of other chats and to talk about, because it actually is happening everywhere. It's this public-private collaborations that it's been going on for years, but they're disturbing because you have obviously these government agencies working with companies and paying them, or having some other considerations, and it's a way to get around a lot of the normal workings, say the FBI or the DOJ or the NSA, that they farmed out these things. And so we saw this with the FOIA issues. With the FISA issues, where you have contractors that are able to access things that government agents aren't. And it was, that was caught finally. At some point it was caught, but it's these loopholes that, oh, well, we're not allowed to do this, but our partner that is not working for the government maybe is allowed to do certain things. And that kind of is the same thing that's happening here. Not that Georgia Tech was necessarily doing anything illegal or that you would maybe need a warrant for, but I think it's just not litigated right now. We don't know. DNS data is a real gray area, and most people agree that the law has just not caught up with the technology. It can tell you a lot of things. It can't tell you everything, but if you take an aggregate of all this data, you can learn a lot, which is the reason that these programs exist. If it wasn't useful, no one would do it. So when they say, well, you can't learn that much, it's just DNS data. Well, if you couldn't learn that much, there wouldn't be millions and millions of dollars worth of contracts out there that are on the line that make this stuff really important. So I do think that. And even as late as today, we're learning, more about some of these quasi political groups that are hooked into, companies, and it just, I think we're gonna definitely have to have some conversations about whether farming this stuff out to private companies and thereby escaping a lot of oversight, maybe getting through some loopholes in the law. If that is going to require a lot more oversight and maybe just eliminate some of these possibilities altogether.
That's another great point. And I think when you talk to some of these CEOs, and I think it'd be really interesting to get some of them before Congress to hear what they testify to. If you listen to them speak, it sounds like, most often they say sort of what you just said, that the data that they provide is, just anonymous. It's, just metadata. It's not that big a deal. But then you're giving it to a government agency that has the ability and the intention of stripping away that anonymity. And they're building in, social profiles, and they're using it to identify certain actors, and they're using it to measure you and track you. And, there's so many instances where people expect privacy online, and there's, obvious examples and some not so obvious examples. But I think Senator Wyden, he sent out a letter in mid-December. He hit it right on the nose. I mean, people have a right to expect a degree of privacy online. And when you look at some of these vendors that were selling data to Georgia Tech, which includes Newstar, which is a company that Rodney Joffe was a prominent executive at, were these customers aware that their data was going to be used in this manner? I would suspect no, they probably weren't aware. And then you have to start asking about what type of contracts in terms of use were in place, and how many other companies are providing data, because I'm quite confident Newstar is not the end of it. There's probably other prominent companies, and I know there are, that are under contract with DARPA, and the extent of what they're providing to the Department of Defense is unclear. So it's very, very alarming. I think you're absolutely right to call that out. I think we need a comprehensive data privacy law. You and I have talked about that extensively. I think we're we're absolutely on the same page. And when they're pulling this data, they should need a warrant. I mean, they're going through people's internet history. They're making all these, intrusive inquiries. And I would argue, I mean, some of the stuff that they're looking at online is more personal than if a police officer stops somebody on the street and frisked them. I mean, I would rather be frisked. Throw me up against the wall, run through my pockets. I would prefer that than, going through all my text messages the last 5 years, or, tracking my location history, or whatever the instance might be. I think it's much more intrusive. And there are some cases that kind of look at that. But to your point, I mean, it really hasn't been flushed out. It is a gray area. But I really resent the degree of arrogance that we see out there, where we see some of these researchers saying, "Oh no, it's fine. It's DNS, settled law," or whatever they're arguing, and that's really not the case. I don't think any American out there would be happy to learn the degree of intrusiveness that some of these programs, and you know what? There's a lot of other programs that are certainly doing some similar things. So, that's probably another discussion for another day.
Something I do think we might want to touch on is, and neither of us are experts on this, and I'm sure we'd be happy for some feedback, but how effective this particular avenue is, I think, is very much open to debate. DNS is very susceptible to spoofing, to all the things that when Sussman brought this to the FBI and to the CIA, they had the same initial reaction. And I'll even push back a little bit and say, all right, I don't know that that either the FBI or CIA conclusively said this is the white paper and the data that they were given is fraudulent or impossible. I think they left that door open, certainly, but I think their reaction was, this is just not something that we can confirm or deny. It's just too easy for this to either be it could be spoofed, it could be cherry picked. There's a million different possibilities where this came from, why this landed on our desk and not something else. And that to me is kind of a big deal in this whole thing, because there's a lot of money on the line. These are big government contracts. We can see that obviously people are turning to Georgia Tech to investigate all kinds of things apparently. And they need this. There's a lot of careers on the line. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of futures. I mean, some of these techs had businesses of their own that they were branching off into, and not to say they did anything wrong, or but certainly they wanted this to succeed. And this again goes back to, where's the oversight? Where's the people that making sure that, hey, playing devil's advocate, saying, wait a minute, this doesn't say what you think it says. The pushback, we didn't see very much of that, and that to me has a lot of red flags that this technology was used not only for the Alpha Bank, the Mueller investigation, and potentially the DNC hack. If this is not a particularly robust technology or investigative tool that you can really rely on, that's a huge problem, that so much was invested in it. Absolutely.
I think taking a step back a little bit, and there's one other point that I wanted to raise, and that's a little bit more on the hack itself. So there's a lot of context that we haven't really covered tonight. Certainly we'll probably do some more videos and try to cover some of that context that you might not necessarily have. But the narrative has been falling apart. It's been falling apart for a number of years now. There's supposed to be the Steele dossier, which has been totally ripped to shreds. I mean, it's just totally garbage now. There's supposed to be this Alpha Bank communication server that's been ripped to shreds. And really the only thing left, to my mind, is the DNC hack itself. So, to see some of these same researchers turning up on the DNC hack is very alarming. And even circling back to what Matt Taibbi's been reporting, and what we've kind of been speculating for a number of months as well, the Russian Twitter bot story, the whole, at least some of the Internet Research Agency, going straight to the interference and disinformation campaign, all those narratives and this concerted effort that was supposedly in place by Russia, none of that seems to have actually happened. And when you start realizing that a lot of this was fabricated, it breaks down to a very simple question, and that is, if the DNC hack was real, if it was legitimate and Russia actually did it, why would Clinton operatives go and fabricate additional evidence to make it worse? Right? Why would they, play up this Russian Twitter thing? There's another piece of this where apparently Clinton operatives or operatives with ties to the Clinton campaign actually created fake Russian Twitter bots to bolster a narrative and tie Republican candidates to them for the purposes of smearing him. The Alpha Bank allegations, they look like fraud. I mean, that is my conclusion based on, really using other experts' opinions, I guess. But, they're ripped to shreds. I don't see any validity to them. It appears that Clinton operatives spoofed that or set that up in some manner, in some fashion that we don't have a full understanding of yet. And then, if all this, this dossier, right, where it appears, Steele just has to put whatever on a piece of paper. He didn't really care where it came from. And all this comes together. And it's like, if all this was fraud and there was no Russian interference campaign, why would they hack the DNC? Like, if that was just going to be it, and there was no larger collusion conspiracy, there was no broader interference campaign. And look, there might be, a few pieces of Internet Research Agency. I think there probably are a couple Russian Twitter accounts on there that were buying some ads. That's, it didn't have an impact. And it is a shell. It's not even a shell of the former conspiracy narrative or collusion narrative of 2017. I mean, that is gone. Everything has fallen apart. Everything has collapsed. And the only thing that's somewhat standing is the DNC hack. And, there's a couple other points that I wanted to raise earlier. This isn't the only weird thing about the DNC hack. And obviously we referenced some of the issues and concerns that have been out there, but to see some of the same researchers tie the attribution, that's not the only thing that's weird. We actually, have some open questions for CrowdStrike and the provision of the system images, the server images, the computer images to the Department of Justice and the FBI in the first place, because CrowdStrike finished up and they pushed out this narrative on June 14th, 2016, that the Russians did it, right? That was CrowdStrike's attribution. The government had no access at that point. They hadn't seen anything. And if you look at some of these emails and some of the exhibits from the Sussman trial, including Exhibit 147, none of this data and none of this technical data made it to the FBI until at least October 2016. And that is a huge red flag. And I'm not even saying, there was something wrong. I'm just saying it's a red flag because days after the U.S. government had formally attributed the hack of the DNC to Russia on October 7th, there's a joint attribution statement released. Days after that, they were still trying to get the server images from CrowdStrike. They're still trying to get basic technical data provided by CrowdStrike. They're still trying to get unredacted CrowdStrike reports. And you're saying, wait a minute, unredacted? What do you mean? I'm saying CrowdStrike and the DNC provided the FBI with reports that had redactions in them. How insane is that? And you go back to the broader picture. Think about what had happened. They had opened Crossfire Hurricane. They had they had attempted to pull a FISA warrant by that point on Carter Page. They were about to get it for the first time. They'd opened up investigations of Paul Manafort, of General Flynn, of Papadopoulos, and all these other individuals that had ties to the campaign. They were in full-fledged, they were beating up everything that they could get their hands on, and they hadn't even verified that the Russians had hacked the DNC. And that, we've been very, very careful and very, very reluctant about saying conspiracy and we've really waited for evidence, but we're starting to get evidence, right? We're starting to get documents, and some of these documents that come out of our FOIAs and these trials, you can't explain, and they prompt questions that need to be asked and they need to be answered, and that's really the point of this video, is to get this into the public discussion a little bit, get some people asking some of the right questions. I don't know if at the end of the day, maybe the Russians did it. I don't know. But people need to ask questions. We can't go through everything we went through and have years of pounding the table on these narratives and that not have a reckoning for it. We need to know very specifically what was real and what wasn't. And let's put it all on the table finally and really get to the truth. That's what we want. MB, do you have anything else?
Yeah, well, just one detail. If you look at the big picture of this, without the DNC hack, you don't have the predicate for Crossfire Hurricane, because the tip that Papadopoulos dropped was construed as being Trump is going to get DNC hacked emails, which someone in the FBI that I think we might know the answer to now, and he may have some legal problems of his own, decided that it was the DNC hack he was talking about instead of the Hillary Clinton email hack that everyone was talking about, that everyone assumed Hillary's homebrew server was hacked. Somewhere along the line, whatever nonsense that Papadopoulos had said got tied to the DNC hack. So without the DNC hack being there probably was no predicate to open Crossfire Hurricane in the beginning, and all of this sort of sprang from that source. So it is a big deal. It is something that we need to look very carefully at and find out if what exactly was going on here. How did this start, and why did it start? I don't doubt that the Russians were trying to hack everything in sight, but did they actually do this, and why was the FBI not allowed to investigate this up front with the actual drives and get to the bottom of it for months? I mean, for months. It's insane that, on the one hand, they're saying this is a critical, counterintelligence issue for the United States of America. On the other hand, it's like, DNC, what? Give us the report that your private company gives you and we'll be good. It doesn't add up.
Well, that brings me to another red flag, and that is the timing that we saw and the coordinated efforts that we saw on behalf of Clinton operatives throughout RussiaGate. And there's a ton of examples where you have multiple streams of information flowing to the FBI or flowing to the CIA or flowing to prominent senators or to the media, and in the concerted effort to create pressure on the FBI and create pressure on others to investigate certain items or to give some credibility to allegations that they were feeding into the agency, and to give the illusion of corroboration, to give the illusion that multiple streams independently were providing information that was similar or substantially similar, obviously to prompt a criminal investigation of Donald Trump. And ultimately, I think, with the goal of this blowing up into a big October 2016 surprise. And there's a couple reasons that it didn't. I mean, the Alphabet Bank allegations didn't really pan out. It was supposed to be a bombshell story by the New York Times, and it really didn't pan out. And there's a couple other things. But, circling back, whether this was a false flag operation at the DNC or not, it had the same impact. And that's, the impact was on June 14th, the Clinton campaign blasted out, absolutely hammered this narrative that Russia had hacked the DNC. I don't know why they did it to the extent they did, but you can go back. The articles are still up, and there's quotes from a bunch of DNC officials. They put it way out there that Russia did this. And then the very next day, Guccifer 2.0 had his first blog. And I find that oddly convenient, given some of the timing signals that we've seen through other pieces of the story. But then, so June 14th, the articles come out. June 15th, Guccifer 2.0 has his first blog. And then 5 days after that, Christopher Steele writes his first dossier and starts the process of getting in contact with the FBI to give that dossier to them, which obviously, this DNC hack being out there created this really friendly environment for Christopher Steele to get his dossiers to the FBI, because all of a sudden now there's a big problem, right? And Steele's going to the FBI and saying, hey, I know all about this. There's collusion. They're gonna listen to it. And that's very alarming to me that those things sort of tie together that cleanly. Because as I said, I mean, there's so many examples of this. There's been such coordination, clear coordination. And I wonder if this is another example of that. And if the DNC hack is a false flag operation, I mean, we're looking at the biggest political scandal in American history by far, with everything that, came after it.
Yeah, there's no question about that. If that's how it comes down, it's going to be something just monumental that the country's going to have to deal with. But if nothing else, we're learning more and more about how far back the Clinton campaign's decision to sort of weaponize their biggest weakness, that being first the email server issue, and second being the Uranium One scandal, that the Clintons set up sort of this facade to counterpunch, and I think we're learning a lot about that, the early days, even pre-2015, of how they figured out the best defense for their weakness in that area was to counterattack and basically paint everyone that was against the Clintons as Russia, basically. That started before even Trump necessarily came down the gold elevator. This was something that seemingly they worked out with some even alleged conservatives and Republicans. It's neocons, whatever you want to call them, but I think we're definitely finding out that was the game plan, to keep sort of their not rocking the boat in the geopolitical sense, and that sort of took off. And we don't know the details of this, but it's just amazing how that turned into, wow, all of a sudden we are accusing a presidential candidate of being a Russian operative, and it's insane. It's you can't even, if it was fiction, no one would believe it. But it didn't come out of nowhere. It wasn't made up whole cloth on the fly. It was something that developed kind of over time, and I think it was just the right tool at the right time for the Democrats.
Absolutely. Yep. I think we've been going close to an hour. Really appreciate you starting at 2 a.m. It's very kind of you, NB. Obviously, we're closing in on 3 a.m. now. So we'll wrap this one up here. I think it's our goal. I think you would agree with me, NB. We're going to try to establish these channels. So on Rumble, on YouTube, and the intention is not only to cover some of these older topics and circle back and try to get some of this information out there, but we're also setting the stage for future live discussions, which, obviously we have the John Durham report coming. We plan to probably stream that here and then have some coverage in the breaks or whatever the case might be. The RussiaGate binder documents is actually on the cusp of being released. That's been the subject of a Judicial Watch lawsuit, and that's supposed to have been out actually over the last couple of weeks. And I think when push comes to shove, that's probably on the cusp of being released as well. I've actually got a bunch of FOIAs out there still. I have a couple lawsuits myself, and I'll be getting some documents over the next few weeks as well. And then who knows what might else come. So what else may come. And certainly when those discussions happen, we'll try to do more of these chats, and we'll bring in other members of our corner as well who aren't necessarily available at 2 a.m. So, we'll try to get Full Nelson and Walk of Fire and some of these other guys. And, I'm really thankful to be working with MB and some of these other individuals. I mean, if you're unfamiliar with this, I hope you'll stick around and see what else we have to offer. We've been at this a long, long time. So we have a lot of information, not necessarily going to present it with a bunch of, flair and drama and, nothing else. We're not TV people. We're, 9 to 5 guys, and we do this, at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. on the weekends for the most part. But we'll do the best we can to connect viewers to the information that we have, and we have a lot of information. So, MB, great one. Really appreciate you coming on, and we'll end this one here.
Sounds good. It was great talking to you. Get some sleep. Let's pick it back up in the morning. We're going to get back to work, right?
Absolutely. Have a good one.
All right. Take care.
Good evening, everybody. This is Undead FOIA, and this is a show we've created recently called FOIA Around and Find Out. And for those that are unfamiliar with us, we're a group of RussiaGate sleuths, sort of amateur investigators that have really been following us over the last few years. We've submitted a number of FOIAs, obtained a number of documents, and also in the process of fighting for a number of documents. But we also do a fair amount of analysis on documents that might be declassified, and we do our best to try to understand it, and more recently to try to help others to understand it. So I'm joined tonight by my co-host, MB. How are you doing tonight, MB?
I'm doing real good, Foy. I had a good weekend, had some good football, and ready to get back to work.
Yeah, you have a team still in the playoffs?
No, I'm kind of like just happy. I'm looking for good games. I don't have any horses in the race, so it's been a pretty good weekend. So looking for a good Super Bowl.
Good. All righty. Well, we had a good chat I think it was last night, MB, maybe the night before, on the DNC hack. So hopefully everybody enjoyed that. And we're obviously still setting this thing up. So looking to make some improvements over the next few weeks and try to spoof this up a little bit. But at the end of the day, this is all about getting information out there. It's not about production values. It's not about anything else. For us, it's just getting information out there. And tonight, we want to get some information out there on something that we've had for a while. I think I had a post on my Substack sort of about this. I had about half the email, and more recently I obtained the full email. So I obtained this from the Anders Paul, at the Anders Paul on Twitter, and I appreciate him sending this to me. I've had other pieces as well, but I don't think I ever had the full email until tonight. So I'm excited to show that, and I'm going to go ahead and jump into that if I can. Let me see here. Data mining, and there we go. So this is an email, and for those of you, hopefully you're somewhat familiar with what we've been discussing over the last year or so, in that Rodney Joffe and a few associated researchers were at the center of Alpha Bank allegations. And if you're familiar with the Michael Sussman trial or the indictment had outlined a much broader scheme in which some very suspicious, suspect kind of data, DNS lookups that were supposed or alleged to have represented a communications channel between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin were given to the FBI by Michael Sussman. But ultimately that had originated with Rodney Joffe and some of his associated researchers. And conclusions on that, really for anybody that's been independent, I'm not aware of anybody that's truly independent of those allegations that have given them any validity. The CIA concluded they were not technically plausible. The FBI debunked it, really shot it down within a couple days. Independent researchers out there have called it fraud. Independent IT firms that have looked at it believe it's the work of a malicious actor. So that's a little bit of context. And then more recently, Even last night on the chat that MB and I did, I mean, we've been finding out that the same group of researchers apparently had a prominent role in the attribution of the DNC hack. So that's obviously going to be a massive story once the media starts picking that up, because it's very clear that Manos Antonakakis and David Dagan of Georgia Tech had gone on after authoring the Alpha Bank white paper, and they were pulled in and worked for the Department of Justice and Special Counsel Mueller on a few different matters, including the DNC hack. So that's very alarming. But tonight we're gonna go off on a little bit of a tangent, and sort of the open question precipitating all this is going to be: is this something that's in John Durham's purview? Is he actually going to look at this, or is this going to be some type of spinoff investigation? And we can't answer that tonight. This looks like it's going to be set up to be a massive investigation, and it's not really, I wouldn't really say it's within the mandate of what John Durham was supposed to be looking at, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. So here we are. We have an email up on the screen, and I'm going to upload this as a podcast, so I'm going to read off a fair amount of this, but it's an email from Kirk McConnell, who works on the Armed Services Committee in the United States Senate. And on this, he is sending this to a couple people from Microsoft. He is sending it to Manos Antonakakis. He is sending it to Rodney Joffe. And CC'd is Victor Opelman, also tagged with a packet forensics email address. And we know, and you might be unfamiliar with this, but Victor Opelman is a longtime business partner of Rodney Joffe. They're associated together with many different business entities. And so that's sort of the crux of where that comes in. So getting into the body of the email, and it's quite lengthy, but I really want to run this down and try to do this justice. So Kirk writes, Bill, Manos, Vic, it's Victor Opelman, and Rodney Joffe are performance on a DARPA program called Enhanced Attribution. We already knew that. That program is in the process of transitioning in prototype form to Cyber Command via support from SCO. That's an organization within the Department of Defense. Vic and Rodney's companies have access to commercial data that drives this capability. And in parentheses, he says DNS, flow records, active internet mapping capabilities, etc. Enhanced Attribution is focused on tracking bad guys outside the DoD network perimeter. The military services, DISA, and Cyber Command are already collecting a range of similar or analogous metadata on network activity internal to DoD, and in parentheses, it goes on to say DNS, flow records, PCAP, log data, Active Directory, etc., and storing it for analysis under a program called the Big Data Platform. And then he goes on and he notes that this integration is being performed by a group of ex-NSA types at a company called Enlighten. And we might cover that in a future chat. Their software stack is based on OpenStack. And then he goes on, he says, the big data platform instances are hosted on different cloud infrastructures. DSIS is on MilCloud, Armies and Cyber Command is on AWS, the other services on God knows what. And none of the instances are interoperable, can't be queried in a federated way, etc. Plus, the data sets are not consistent or remotely comprehensive across the different service and agency stovepipes. And then he says there are very few analytics running on top of all this data. The fiscal year 2020 National Defense Authorization Act mandates that the Department of Defense clean up this mess inside the big data platform. Our provision is section 1631, and we're gonna pull that up. But then he says, in our classified annex, we also direct Cyber Command to start architecture and program planning to support a major effort to gather cybersecurity pertinent metadata globally. The same data that DARPA is working with and has acquired from Vic, that's Victor Opelman, and Rodney, that's Rodney Joffe, in the Enhanced Attribution program. With comprehensive internal and external metadata on network activity, Cyber Command would finally be in a position to create a COP/SA capability, and I think MB is going to weigh in on that, an ability to detect and identify intrusions and where they're coming from, identify adversary cyber infrastructure, and link what is observed inside DoD's perimeter to actions taking place external to DoD. This is a necessary foundation for planning and controlling offensive and defensive cyber operations. I'm gonna skip the next paragraph, and then I'm gonna pick up on the paragraph after that. So it's ultimately, in my opinion, it would make sense to put the BDPs, which is big data platforms, on a commercial cloud, Azure or AWS, that's Microsoft product, or Amazon, and to augment the internal DoD metadata in the BDPs with global metadata. But the next step is to develop advanced analytic algorithms to operate on that massive data set. That's pretty interesting. So keep in mind, I'm going to pause right here. All this is relating to Rodney Joffe, who we've learned over the last year is at the center of these Alpha Bank allegations. We also have recently, we have an allegation that Rodney Joffe played an integral role in tracing the hack of the DNC back to Russia. So that's pretty alarming that he would be subject to both of those. But here we're finding out, in reality, he has extensive ties to the U.S. government, and we've really known that. But to see it in writing is pretty alarming. I mean, we have a representative of the Senate who's detailing this program, and he's saying, in a classified annex, they are starting a massive data collection program. So that's pretty alarming, right? So it's right here. I'm going to highlight that. Oops. Now, if you're like a First Amendment guy, if you're a libertarian, you might have some questions on that, right? Is this directed at foreign adversaries? Is this being used domestically? And we can say, based on documents that we have obtained, there are times domestic investigations are coming down from the Department of Justice and the FBI, and they're going to DARPA for cyber-related inquiries. Now, I don't know specifically which programs within DARPA are being used in that manner, but I would say, broadly speaking, it's a concern of what they're doing domestically and how our current laws might apply. Because in all the emails that I have, I don't ever see them talking about the Fourth Amendment. I don't see them talking about warrants. I don't see any of that. And for those that are a little bit unfamiliar with what the Enhanced Attribution Program is within DARPA, that's a program in which they're taking massive amounts of data, and then based on behavioral patterns, they're able to essentially identify who that person is. So even if the initial data is anonymous, within their capability and within their intention of the program, they're using that to identify who you are. So the idea that they're taking in all this data and a global metadata collection program is somewhat alarming. And then the other alarming part was up here where it says Victor and Rodney's companies have access to commercial data, which drives this capability. I mean, how many questions would that spurn? What type of commercial data and what type of terms of use? I mean, what do the customers know about this data and their data that's being used in this manner? I think there's a lot of questions that would originate just from that. I do want to continue and highlight a few other things. Scrolling down here, it says DARPA had a program called Net Defense run by I2O that's within DARPA under Dr. Randy Garrett, which I continue under the name Chase, which I gathered continued under the name Chase under Jen Roberts. The program was aimed at building algorithms to detect advanced adversary intrusions by analyzing metadata like that collected within the Big Data Platform program. Note that these efforts are directed at analyzing metadata inside the DoD's perimeter. This program spawned two companies, Keith Alexander's IronNet. Now, if you're unfamiliar, Keith Alexander is former head of the NSA within the Obama administration. So we're not talking about like just some guy. If you read this a couple times, you realize this program spawned two companies. Well, what does that mean? That means the Department of Defense had a need for to place services outside their official structure. So they spawned a couple companies. They spun off a couple companies to handle operations. And the first concern with that would be, are they trying to do an end around our laws? Are they trying to get this outside of the government's control on paper? But are they effectively in control of these companies? Are they doing something unlawful that they shouldn't be doing? And then he goes on to say, and a company called Cybrayx, which is now partnered with Microsoft Azure. Cybrayx boasts several dozen AI ML algorithms. DoD has not seen fit to buy or use any commercial analytics like those that come out of DARPA or industry. And it goes on. It goes on to talk about Enlighten a little bit more, sort of this partnership that's out there. And so that's the first part that I want to cover. But then there's a larger story that this plugs into. So the takeaways from this are Victor Appelman and Rodney Joffe's companies are providing commercial data, and there is this global collection of metadata that's going on. So that's pretty alarming in and of itself. But switching over, let me see. There we go. So this is section 1631 of the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. So this is the section that was referenced by Kirk McConnell. And this is talking about, and I don't know specifically which section of this, within this paragraph that he's really referencing, but what he's talking about, what most of the section relates to is clandestine military operations in the information environment as traditional military activities. A clandestine military operation in information environment shall be considered a traditional military activity for the purposes of, National Security Act. Okay, let's scroll through this a little bit more. So is there anything else in this section? Talking about structure within the Department of Defense, that's fine. Just scrolling through this here. Let's see, is there anything else interesting? Scroll through a little bit more. Notification requirements for sensitive military cyber operations. Bunch of mumbo jumbo. Let's see here. So written notification by inserting designee. Essentially, if things go really bad, you got to disclose it. That was my gist of what they had written there. That's really it. They're talking about clandestine military operations using this authority. So I'm going to switch over to the broader context I want to get to. Stop screen. I'm going to reshare here. Bear with me. All right. So if you've been following this really, really closely, you will have known about what I'm about to share. Oh boy, let me see here. Let me see if I get this right. Nope. Apologies. Here we go. All right. So this was a story that came out recently. I'm actually going to flip over to, here we go. Wall Street Journal. So Wall Street Journal printed this in April, and this relates to a company called Measurement Systems. And Measurement Systems is a company that is associated with Rodney Joffe. It's also a company that is registered in Panama, which is a known money laundering hub. Not a lot of really good reasons to do business there, but it certainly puts you out of reach of typical investigations. I mean, you're not going to get a whole lot of records out of a company that's registered in Panama. So that's sort of the benefit of doing business there. But they talk about this company called Measurement Systems, which through a series of corporate records is essentially linked to the same ownership as Packet Forensics. So this is a company associated with Rodney Joffe. And what they're talking about is a software element that surreptitiously harvests data. And Google had pulled a bunch of apps that were in the Google store that had this malicious code. But they go on to describe this. So the code ran on millions of Android devices, and it's been found inside several Muslim prayer apps that have been downloaded more than 10 million times, as well as a highway speed trap detection app, QR reading code app, and a number of other popular consumer apps, according to two researchers who discovered the behavior of this code. So it goes on in another paragraph. Measurement Systems pay developers around the world to incorporate its code, known as a software development kit, or SDK. Remember that's going to be important. A software development kit into their apps. And yeah, I think that's the gist of what I want to cover on that one. But then let's switch over to TrustCore. Yeah, here we go. So this was a little bit more recent. So this relates to TrustCore, which is a root certificate authority. And essentially, this is going to be providing certifications to a bunch of different websites that they are secure. And what they found on this one was, essentially they also have this messaging system. And within that, this company was basically gaining access to users' communications. And then they were providing that information to the U.S. government. So that's pretty alarming. Obviously, they say TrustCore's Panamanian registration records. This is another company registered in Panama. Showed the same slate of officers, agents, and partners as spyware maker identified last year as an affiliate of Arizona-based Packet Forensics. That's Rodney Joffe's company. And one of those contracts listed the place of performance as Fort Meade, the home of the National Security Agency and the Pentagon's Cyber Command. So that's pretty alarming, right? And we're going to get into a broader theory and a broader context, but this is really important right here, okay? One of the contracts listed the place of performance as Fort Meade, the home of the National Security Agency and the Pentagon's Cyber Command. So keep that in mind, because what I did is I went over to Open Corporates, because sort of another tie-in is that registering these companies these companies are registered out of two holding companies. And the first holding company is called Chivalric Holding Company, and the other is Frigate Bay Holdings. And these companies are registered in St. Kitts and Nevis. And this is another well-known money laundering hub, but it's also a good place to just hide your corporate records, right? You're not going to get a whole lot of visibility into that. So they registered these companies, and these are affiliated with a gentleman named Raymond Salino, who's also tied to Packet Forensics and longtime business partner of Rodney Joffe through many different entities. So Frigate Bay Holdings and Chivalric Holding Company are both registered in St. Kitts and Nevis. So that's sort of a red flag. But then they took these companies and they used these companies to go ahead and register TrustCore measurement systems and a company called Atmospheric in Panama. So there's three companies that are registered in Panama using companies registered in St. Kitts and Nevis. So that's pretty alarming. You wouldn't expect that. And so talking about Atmospheric, the website's been taken offline, but there is a copy. Here we go. So what they offer is app development. Hey, how about that? Because all of a sudden we know there's two companies that have surreptitiously been harvesting data, and they have a malicious code, an SDK. And now on a third company, they have app development. So isn't that interesting? And cyber researchers that I've been talking to recently theorize that this third company and the applications that they've been designing serve as a means for measurement systems or for measurement systems to implant that malicious SDK into their code, and then they can harvest much more data. And there might be a few other companies that are also provide application development services, but that's sort of the working theory, is that this third company might actually serve as a means through which they can upload that malicious SDK and harvest more and more data. And then you have to start thinking about why, right? Like, who is Rodney Joffe? And we can see he's got extensive ties to the U.S. intelligence community. But, when you go back and you revisit these articles a little bit, they're talking about the development of, largely related to Muslim prayer apps. Some of these others, they describe them as popular consumer apps. I don't really know exactly which ones those refer to, but if these seem to be targeted outside the United States, well, which government agencies might be interested in data from those users? And you start to center on organizations maybe like the CIA or certainly some other intelligence agencies. But this really seems to start fitting together into a scheme whereby, Rodney Joffe is providing commercial data to the U.S. government. And if you didn't have this other context, what you might do is you might conclude, oh, well, he's got packet forensics, which deploys a bunch of internet sensors. Maybe he's got a couple other companies, but is this all plugged into that scheme as well? Is this part of the commercial data that are providing to the Department of Defense under the same programs? Or does this plug in somewhere else? Is there another government agency where this data is being sold to? And that's an open question, right? We don't have enough information. We don't have the visibility into those agencies to be able to tell you one way or the other. But it's time to get this in the public conversation. I think, whether John Durham actually looks at this, and I got to say, I don't think John Durham would get into this because this doesn't directly relate to the 2016 election. Within his mandate and the order assigning his, or detailing his presence, this isn't related to the 2016 election. It isn't related to anything that happened to either the campaigns or even the Trump administration. This is well outside that. So this would seem to be a spin-off investigation, if anything. But really, Congress has got to, I think Congress really should probably take a look at this because they sort of set this in motion, right? Because all of a sudden we have the 2020 NDAA where they're talking about the big data platform and some of these authorizations. And we just have a lot of questions. And I'm going to take a break. And MB, I don't know if you want to jump in with some of your thoughts. I'd be happy to hear what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see this. I wish I had the link, but there's a website, and I'll find it and I'll post it. But somebody was on top of this measurement systems issue, and a lot of people were at one point. Google App Store, I think, banned a lot of the apps that were using that SDK. But if to kind of give an explanation for what all this means is, if you're building an app, you're not coding it up from the ground up. You're going to use a software development kit to, create shortcuts so you can build the app out, much more easily. So these guys are implanting spyware into it. And the way that these particular ones worked was it was bypassing either your phone or a router security and making it reveal its MAC address or an IP address, potentially. Basically it was to, kill your anonymity. So even if you were using, some kind of means of disguising your IP address, like a lot of people do, this would bypass that by just broadcasting out to a specific website and collecting the information of what the actual MAC number of the device is, what the the fingerprint of your phone, your router, whatever it is. So that is it's not unlike what Edward Snowden revealed as far as the CIA hacking tools that got out into the wild that he brought to light. This is sort of these aren't, it's spyware in a sense, but this is stuff that we worry about all the time because, people put stuff like this into their apps and things for less nefarious reasons, for, just getting data to advertise mostly. And that's not what this is. That doesn't make any sense as far as this is just, oh, great, we can, have more audience information and be able to sell more products to them. This doesn't seem like that at all. And the fact that it goes right back to packet forensics and these same companies that are, in cahoots with the NSA, and this all ties together pretty neatly. There's really no doubt that these guys are, it's a method of spying, and it's not exclusive by any means. This is not foreign spying. This is, in the Google App Store, it's probably predominantly going to be domestic stuff. And if they're going after Muslim prayer apps, obviously this is some legacy of the war on terror of, we want to see who particular Muslims are and what apps they're using and develop data about them. Which is disturbing. Those are Americans, potentially. So yeah, this is some pretty serious stuff as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and then they talk about the different types of data, and DNS, flow records, PCAP, log data. I don't know what half that means, but it sounds like a fairly intrusive amount of spying, because one of the other things we should circle back to is in their capacity as a certificate authority, and through the different technology that Packet Forensics owns, they can actually see a lot more, because some of the surveillance equipment that Packet Forensics provides to the U.S. government, in concert with them being a certificate authority, they can capture usernames, they can capture passwords. And, it's very, very alarming that there's this sort of public-private partnership. And, it makes you ask so many questions because, what if one of the byproducts of what Edward Snowden did was that they just started outsourcing this and they put it on paper outside the reach of the U.S. government. But in reality, I mean, you've got companies that are being started by, the former head of the NSA and some of these other individuals that are so closely tied and so dependent on being awarded these federal contracts. And without them, they don't exist as business entities. It's like, yeah, okay, the government's not doing it anymore, but all of a sudden, they're still doing it. They're still in control of these private companies, quote unquote. I mean, it's really hard to classify them as typical companies. They're really just arms of the U.S. government. The government effectively owns these companies, and they're using them to collect this data. And then, you start asking more and more questions, like why would they have these other corporate registrations? I mean, what are they really trying to hide by registering in St. Kitts, by registering in Panama? Are they trying to evade U.S. laws? I mean, if they were based in the United States, and they still are, but on paper, if they're based outside of the country, are they able to evade some of our laws in what they're doing? And that's another alarming question. So, Kingmaker, I see you popped in. I don't know if you want to come back and share some of your ideas from a legal perspective, but if we'll see if he wants to pop in. But yeah, MB, I don't know if you have any thoughts on like the types of data or some of the stuff. And one of the other things I wanted to ask Kingmaker if he comes back in is it's sort of about FISA, because a lot of this in the wake of Edward Snowden, it was all about getting FISA warrants if you wanted to collect data on U.S. citizens. But all of a sudden, you put this under a private company, and they can just harvest this data at will, and then they can, provide this to the U.S. government because it's within maybe their terms of use, or maybe it's not. I don't know. But then you just evade it, right? You can just do an end around all the legal requirements of our entire legal system, and you can spy on whoever you want to spy on. And it's very alarming to see this, and just in context, right? Just in context of the AlphaMake allegations, the DNC hack that we have so many questions about, and so many unanswered questions as it relates to Rodney Joffe and Manos Antonakakis, and some as yet to be fully explained role in attribution for the DNC hack and helping Special Counsel Mueller. And now all of a sudden we see the same individuals, they're deeply tied to U.S. intelligence community. So, I mean, that's really what I wanted to highlight tonight. I think that's important, but if you have any thoughts, MB?
Yeah, the going back to the initial DARPA email, from what I'm reading of that, it most of it looks like DNS. It's packet capture, basically mapping the internet, and a lot of stuff's going on. It looks like what they're talking about is Department of Defense has their own internal intranet of DoD, which is huge in its own right. And they have all kinds of different platforms, and they're trying to integrate all that into this big platform, but they're also trying to, at the same time, bring in external information that is sort of the Joffe packet forensics, New Star kind of stuff that is huge amounts of data that they want to integrate. And one thing to remember is back in very beginning of 2021, when the DoD sold those 175 million IP addresses that they were squatting on, and the company that bought them was owned or had as a chief officer Ray Salino, who we just Foya was just talking about. That all plays into this. That's I would say definitely part of this whole framework that they're using those. They were speculated to be sort of a honeypot for you get people to connect with these IP addresses. You can do a lot of things to figure out who is doing that, and you sort of get the architecture of all that together. And I think through some sophisticated algorithms and maybe some AI, it's probably the hope. You can find out a lot about sort of mapping the entire internet, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's probably what the DoD should be doing, but there should be some serious questions asked about where does that turn into domestic spying? Where does that, obviously if you're doing something global, that includes the United States. So, and what, if this stuff is all above board and all legal, well and good, but somebody needs to ask that question, and who these people that they're dealing with, are they above board? That's another question.
Absolutely. Kingmaker, I saw you popped in. I don't know if you want to comment from a legal perspective or anything else. We'd have to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I have some comments. To start with, let's begin with FISA. FISA is the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which means it applies to foreign intelligence, and it applies to surveillance of electronic communications among people who are not U.S. citizens, but who communicate electronically outside of the U.S., or who communicate with each other where one is in the U.S. and one is outside the U.S. It's not supposed to be used at all to capture communications by or among U.S. citizens, even if they're abroad. So, and it was tightened up after the Snowden disclosures of what they had been up to, how broad their surveillance activity, the government's surveillance of U.S. citizens had gotten. So Congress tried to tighten that up with amendments to the FISA Act, and thought they had corralled it. What you're describing for you sounds like, first of all, a government agency outsourcing intelligence gathering. We don't know that for sure because we haven't seen the actual intelligence that they are gathering. But just take one of the words you used in your description of what they capture, metadata. Doesn't metadata include actual underlying metadata that would permit someone to understand what was communicated by text or by email?
It wouldn't necessarily be the content of a message, but I think the argument is that the metadata of it in and of itself could tell you a lot of things. Let's say if someone was going to a website about skin cancer, that would tell you that this person has an interest in skin cancer. It doesn't tell you what they looked at necessarily, or if they send an email to it, that's not the content of what it is, but it tells you a lot. And if you have a lot of that, you can aggregate it all, and it can actually give you some really actionable information.
I have seen metadata that would let someone actually determine what was being communicated. Now, maybe that was some specialized program, but I know it because I've seen it with my eyes. It certain communications can lead to metadata that would permit someone to translate effectively what was communicated, the substance. But even if this doesn't do that, and like I said, we don't know until we see it.
Well, just to jump in, there are techniques to grab potentially logins, passwords, and things that would then let you have whatever you wanted. And that's something that, that's old hacker technique kind of stuff. But I think that's definitely on the table of what we're talking about here.
Right. the purpose of FISA is to regulate just how far the intelligence agencies can go in gathering foreign intelligence without stepping on to the rights of privacy of U.S. citizens and their Fourth Amendment rights. Because whereas the government can capture text, emails, and any other kind of communication you can imagine overseas, they can't get that from American citizens in the U.S. without either a court order or a search warrant. And this has all the earmarks of an end around, because it's certainly capturing like logins, telephone calls, or cell phone calls, dates and times of text communication, whether or not you can read the content or not. You can know who's communicating with whom. That's something the government cannot get from an American citizen without getting a court order. Doesn't have to have probable cause, but in most cases, but it does require a court order.
King, let me ask you a hypothetical question here. So let's say we're talking about Facebook. Now, if Facebook is doing some internal monitoring and they come across some alarming information, or maybe they run some analytics and they decide they want to alert the U.S. government, they're free to do that, and the government can take that information and use it. And I think everybody agrees that's probably fine. That's probably, we have some expectations of privacy on platforms that are probably misplaced, but on a Facebook or a company like that, really they have the full control. They have the full capability and authorization to go ahead and do that, and that's fine. But if it's really the government that is founding these companies through the creation of programs and the awarding of contracts to form companies to service them, and they're going and they're doing an end around, just like you said, they're implanting malicious code and they're acting for the benefit really of an intelligence service of the U.S. government. I think there's a red line that's been crossed. I mean, just because it's on paper, it's a private company, it's not the same as what we refer to it with Facebook. It's the U.S. government is really using this as an end around our Fourth Amendment protections.
Well, you recall in 2016, the chief judge of the FISA court issued a report that it was not proper for the NSA and the FBI to use contractors to gather the data, the electronic communication data that they were basically monitoring for all foreigners looking for threats. But in the process, U.S. Citizens would be caught up in that net, and to make things worse, these contractors were running searches on the database, looking for communications from identified U.S. persons, to or from U.S. persons. The FISA court made it clear that although this was a third-party contractor doing it, they were doing it under the imprimatur of the FBI as a contractor to the FBI, basically as the FBI's agent, and they ordered that it be stopped. This sounds like they're trying to skirt around that rule.
Yeah, and that also sort of happened at the same time that we're seeing a lot of this stuff develop. I'm sure it's related. The FISA stuff is fascinating, and the NSA, the contractor stuff will never end, because at some point, I forget the year, but relatively recently, the NSA decided we are going to stop collecting all this data ourselves, and we will just rely on the basically the internet companies to warehouse this stuff, and then we'll go get it from them when we need it, or the FBI can if they do. So that's sort of just where things stand. There's just too much data, and they would just end up building data farm upon data farm, and they don't want to do it. And why should they, when they can, if the internet service providers are just acting as sort of public-private partnership, like some of these other companies we're talking about, then they're just acting on behalf of the government. They don't need to have this infrastructure. And it also gives them the advantage of, well, we have people that are not government employees that maybe can do things that government employees are not allowed to do, or there would be records of them doing. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing. And I don't think we have a very good picture of just how widespread that is. We think about AT&T or Verizon as, these working on behalf of the government, but that's, Packet Forensics is not a big company. It's a small company, and they're doing some crazy stuff apparently that, could be on behalf of the government, could be on behalf of, some 3-letter agencies. We know Rodney Joffe has his, security clearances, via the NSA. We have documentation on that. I don't know what role he plays with them, if any, at this point, but these guys are all very much in bed with the government. And if they're, out there putting out spyware, I think that's something that needs to be investigated immediately. And I think the public needs to know what's going on.
Exactly. It sounds like it's not only end around the laws, but it's an end around primarily to avoid all oversight. That kind of structure eliminates the ability of the FISA court to have any oversight. It eliminates the ability of any government auditor to have any effective oversight, and Congress. Congress would be where I would go first, because they have subpoena power outside the government to maybe subpoena these companies or their owners. But they're creating a black box, basically, an intelligence gathering black box that is impossible to oversee by legitimate public authorities.
The FISA court can't even keep track of the FBI. How are they going to keep track of all these other companies? It's just not going to happen.
One of the other things I wanted to call out is it's not just the data provision. The ties that Rodney Joffe has throughout our government are massive. I think they're far greater than we're even talking about right now, because in addition to the provision of data and the collection of data, we also know that Joffe does a fair amount of the analytics. So we talk about the analytics that were going on over top of all this data on this program and certainly other programs within DARPA and intelligence agencies. But here we get some indication that Joffe and Neustar, for that matter, which was the longtime employer of Rodney Joffe, they actually do a fair amount of the analytics on this data as well. So I have a pretty interesting email here, and it gets more and more interesting as I scroll through this. But this is Lisa Hook. So she was the CEO of Neustar. And the Michael that she is referencing here is Michael Sussman, who was the longtime outside counsel for Neustar, who, of course, would later be, he's also the lawyer for the DNC and the Clinton campaign during the 2016 election. He's the one that brought the AlphaBank data to the FBI. But here we're talking about analytics. So she says, Michael's our longtime outside counsel on national security and other issues. He's worked with Rodney, that's Rodney Joffe, on a proposal to provide analytics similar to what you're doing in Australia. So that's pretty alarming. So in Australia, apparently Neustar also has a data program. They run some analytics, and I actually got some color on this through some other research that I was doing, and that's pretty alarming. So there's another federal there's a government that is relying on some of what Rodney Joffe is doing. But I want to keep going through this. So Rodney is closed off right now. Michael needs someone to speak to for more details on the service so we can provide a proposal. And this is where it starts getting weird. So Manos and Tanakakis says, hey, Lisa just boarded a flight. Can't talk to you. Michael, nice to meet you. Let's connect later. But to be totally honest, I would like to clarify what the request here is as a first step. This is not technology that is related to Neustar beyond the fact that we use your data. Could Neustar offer something similar? Sure, since you have the data here. However, what Georgia Tech is doing, the technology we are generating, is for the U.S. government, the DoD, the Department of Defense, to be precise. So that's pretty interesting. Scrolling through this, Joffe says, yada, yada. And here's Michael Sussman. So he says, Manos, Rodney is helping me to prepare a proposal and description of the commercial services that you plan to offer in July or thereafter. And this is an email in April 2018. Rodney's tied up today, but he has time this evening. So he's just trying to get a meeting with Manos and Tanakakis. But commercial services is interesting because Manos is a researcher at Georgia Tech. But as we have learned through other research, he also has a couple companies himself. So this is where it gets weird because whatever they start talking about here, there's something that's gone wrong. And Manos from his Georgia Tech email account says, I am sorry, Michael, but I have no idea what you are talking about. Perhaps a call is in order. And Rodney Joffe seems to sense that something has gone dramatically off the rails. There's something here that's gone wrong that was not supposed to go to his Georgia Tech account. So Joffe says, guys, you're talking at cross purposes. Manos, what time do you land? I will make sure I get out of my meeting and talk by phone. Michael, please stand down now. So it's going to get more and more weird. Manos says, I land at 2 o'clock. I'm on a telephone call with Jason Livengood of Comcast. And by then, I should be walking in the DARPA building. So this is going to be another thread to pull. Comcast and Cox are mentioned through some other emails that I have. So one of the questions that I've had is to what extent they might be providing any data to the U.S. government. But then we go on. It says, Joffe says, after you're done, it's fine. Michael, when Miles calls, I'll add you to the call. And here's a CYA email, okay? This is very, very strange because these guys all know each other, right? This is not like a new relationship. They all know each other by this point. And Manos Tanakakis says, cool. For the record, let me remind everybody that Georgia Tech is Neustar's customer with respect to enhanced attribution and very soon Hawks programs. Those are programs at DARPA. This means we are buying your data so we can conduct research and validate our algorithms. It's only fair to assume that if we find malice in your data, we have an ethical responsibility to report it to you. That's a very, very weird statement to make. He knows these guys. This is a CYA statement. So whatever is going on here was not supposed to be in his Georgia Tech account. It was not supposed to be subject to the Open Records Act. And here we go. So Rodney Joffe says, Manos, calm down, take deep breaths. Lisa and Michael jumped the gun without telling me what they were planning before I could discuss it with you. I understand the situation. This is Lisa confusing Nodos, that's one of Manos' companies, and Georgia Tech in your dual role, which you should have expected. Let's talk when you get done with DARPA. And then Manos says, if you see this in the next 5 minutes, call me. So very, very weird email. But I really brought that up solely to highlight the analytics, but in effort to be fully provide all the context, it is a very, very weird email, generally speaking. So all that to say, Rodney Joffe, he's not just involved in the data provision, he's involved in the analytics too. And this is another point for, hopefully the Republican Congress to look at. I mean, all of a sudden, this guy is involved in the AlphaBank allegations. He's involved in the investigation of the DNC hack. He's got close ties to Michael Sussman, who's the point man for, the DNC, running point with CrowdStrike and everything that was going on with the hack. And they have just these massive relationships to U.S. intelligence and governments of other nations. And it just offers up so many questions. So MB or King, if you guys want to jump in, have to hear your thoughts.
Well, I got a very good explanation for that, why that email seems so weird, and it is a total CYA move. It seems to me that so Manos, Dagan, all these guys, and so is Rodney Jaffe. They all have these side companies that are involved in all this in one respect or another. And I am positive that the thing that keeps Manos or any of these guys up at night is that there's any possibility that Georgia Tech will say, hey, wait a minute, are you using our work product or our intellectual property in your own private company to make money, because we're going to sue you. And that's, that's their golden parachute, is that these companies end up, that's how Rodney Jaffe became very wealthy. He's got all these, he makes all these companies, and some of them are successful, some of them aren't, but the ones that are, you could be a very, very wealthy person. So I would guess that is a very clear, I'm going to put this on paper that, my side company has nothing to do with what I'm doing at Georgia Tech. Don't ask me anything about that. I don't know what you're talking about. That's the way I read that.
And I agree, and I would add that to have any of these side companies be connected on paper to a government entity like Georgia Tech, or government associated entity like Georgia Tech or DARPA, would defeat the purpose. Suddenly, all of their records and everything they're up to would be subject to FOIA. So, FOIA, you are fully aware of the games that can be played and are being played on that.
Yes.
But it also allows them, each of these guys, to basically leverage their access to government data and government computer programs to make a killing outside in the private world. It's a neat job if you can find it. All of the capital and research and development is being bought and paid for with taxpayer dollars, and then they're taking it on the side and using it to make tons of money, operate an intelligence gathering black box, so to speak, at the direction of the government, but without any oversight. It's as bad as you can get.
Absolutely. And that's really why I wanted to do this tonight, and why I think this might be the biggest story that we have broken, because, Alpha Bank stuff's bad. Some of the documents we've gotten on the DNC hack and the involvement of Georgia Tech and some of that other stuff is really interesting, but this is ongoing. I mean, all these companies that we're talking about, and a bunch of other companies we haven't mentioned tonight, they're still under contract. They're still getting paid. They're still in operation. And, this stuff is very much ongoing. So it's very alarming. And we have this long history, that's starting to form where, the mere disclosure and the confirmation, the public confirmation of the existence of some of the stuff isn't enough to stop it. I mean, just because, all these people were identified in public reporting and, they don't look so good, that doesn't stop anything. I mean, whether it's Igor Danchenko as, a confidential human source, in the wake of the IG Horowitz report being continued as confidential human source, or any of these other stuff, Packet Forensics, I'm as far as I'm aware, they're still, all their contracts are still getting paid. Microsoft's involvement, there's a pretty interesting thread from Stephen McIntyre, I think, from a couple of months ago that I'd like to revisit. But all this stuff is still very much in play. So that's really, the extent of this. I mean, this is one email, guys. Like, there's so many different questions to be asked here. And, as bad as this email is, and I'm betting tonight that Kirk McConnell really regrets sending this. This seems like a lot of information to send to a public email address, but As bad as this is, I'm betting there's a lot more. And I'm betting Rodney Joffe has involvement in a lot more. And that's really what I would hope, a Republican Congress member is sitting there listening to us right now. And they're going to say, hey, we got to send some subpoenas, right? We got to look at how we can stop funding all this stuff through DARPA and through the Department of Defense and really get into the Department of Defense, because that's the nefarious part for me. One of the points for me is that all this is in the Department of Defense, which, their budget goes up every single year. Nobody wants to cut the defense budget. And you're shielded from scrutiny to a much greater extent, because a lot of the members of Congress, members of the Senate, they don't want to get in there, and they don't really have the access. There's a lot of reluctance to really get in there and do these investigations. But as we mentioned, some of this is domestic. Like, we know that because we have emails coming down from the Department of Justice and the FBI tasking DARPA, and in turn, DARPA tasking Milos Antonakakis to look at, like, the Tree of Life synagogue shooter and his online history. So this is definitely happening domestically. And getting the full picture of, whose data is being collected, who's being analyzed and mined, and what the nature of all this is crucial. I mean, that's something we just have to have full awareness of. And I'm surprised there's not a bigger sensitivity to stuff like this in the wake of, Snowden and everything that Snowden identified. I don't think it's better. If anything, I think a lot of this is worse. And to the extent that these public-private partnerships have formed and they're being pushed out there, at the end of the day, it might just be, more shielded from scrutiny than it was when it was inside the government. Because now you have to go subpoena private companies, and there's all these different considerations, and it might even be harder to uncover some of this. So
yeah, and to the contrary, I think we just saw the link that Georgia Tech is receiving an additional $65 million contract with DARPA to build a couple of new research centers. So, I mean, this stuff is expanding, if anything.
It absolutely is. Yeah, that's a great point, MB. As we said, this stuff is continuing, and more contracts are being awarded to these entities, and that's extremely disturbing, especially when you circle back to, like, the Alphabet allegations, which, apparently involved a contract that was awarded to Georgia Tech and data that was purchased from Newstar. And there hasn't been accountability for that. They abused their customers' trust to sell that data, to mine that data for dirt on Donald Trump and Trump campaign associates. And there's, fundamental question of compliance and what compliance is going to look like on these federal contracts. And, data privacy. MB, you and I think every time we step on a chat, we talk about a data privacy law. Everybody in this country presumes, to some extent, they have a presumption that, there's some privacy there. And it's certainly not the case. I don't think I have anything else, guys, but King or MB, if you guys have a final thought, go ahead.
Well, just real quick, I think that this is, if anything, just another pile of breadcrumbs that we need to run down. There's some interesting new entities and names that are tied together with all this that we're going to get to the bottom of. And, I hope that Congress looks at. I hope that some actual professional investigators get at, because, we're figuring this stuff out. It's not, hey, FOIA is brilliant. There's some really clever investigators, but we don't have anything like the power of a prosecutor or the FBI to go and get records and put people, under oath or in front of a grand jury and really find out some things. So there's obviously much more out there. And I guess my biggest fear is that they know all this and they don't care, that they're happy that Packet Forensics is out running around doing things like this, and that these entities are seeding spyware all over the place. I hope that's not true. I hope that this is sort of an off the books kind of thing that's happening, and maybe we can track down the wrongdoers, and this isn't something that Congress is just like, yeah, fine, go for it. That's what we're paying for. That could be the case, but I think the country needs to know one way or the other. People really got to think about this stuff, because this is real privacy. This is real, it's expanding so fast that it's hard to keep track of. And I think something's going to be done of it. It's going to be too late.
I would add that DARPA is clearly already on the Republican House's radar for their involvement in the gain of function and other research into viruses around the world that they funded or tried to fund. And this is just another episode in all of this defense earmarked money going into basically a black hole with little or no oversight by either the executive branch or Congress. So somebody needs to wake up.
Absolutely. And Jeb had a good question. So can Jim Jordan subpoena all the bank accounts to see what the companies are being paid or cash flows? Yeah, I mean, that would be a great thing because, you know, end of the day, like John Durham's report, like I said before, like I don't know that he's getting into all of this. This might be like a spinoff investigation, but if there's no indictment, we're never really going to get the full story on some of this stuff. So especially for this data collection program and all this would be great for the Republican Congress to start looking at. Send out a lot of subpoenas. I think looking at bank accounts would be fantastic, especially when you're talking about the Panamanian companies and the holding companies that are registered in St. Kitts. You know, that's just a big red flag. Those are money laundering hubs. I'm not saying there's money laundering, but there is something very, very wrong that we need to get to the bottom of. So bank records would be a great idea. You know, some of the contracts, a lot of that information is actually a little bit more publicly available. But to the extent that any contracts are not really publicly known out there, I mean, we need some subpoenas. We need some people to, you know, be called in to testify and really disclose the full nature of the data that's being provided to the U.S. government, where that data is being provided and where it's coming from. And certainly to the extent that there's any cash flows and some of those things, I think that'd be a great thing to look at too. There is more. There's another side of the story. There's, for various reasons, I don't want to go into it right now. Sort of working some things out with some people and sort of going through some stuff and kind of want to keep a few cards in the pocket still. So I'm not going to disclose everything that I have, but this is obviously like a big piece, right? This is a big, in my opinion, this is a big problem. This is a big story, and it deserves the attention of a Republican Congress. And hopefully they're listening tonight, and hopefully they're going to be on this tomorrow morning. And with that, I don't think I have anything else, guys. I really appreciate MB, King. I love hearing from you guys every time you come in. Appreciate coming in tonight, and I'm going to end this one here.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you and good night. What's going on, folks? This is Undead Foya. Let's see if I can turn off the music here. What's going on, folks? This is, oh boy. What's going on, folks?
It's all about professionalism, folks. That's what you showed up for.
MB, I don't know what I clicked.
It's all about professionalism, folks. That's what you showed up for.
Oh, no. MB, I don't know what I clicked.
It's all about professionalism, folks. That's what you showed up for.
Oh, no. MB, I don't know what I clicked.
It's all about professionalism, folks. That's what you showed up for.
Oh, no. MB, I don't know what I clicked.
It's all about professionalism, folks. That's what you showed up for.
So that's exactly how we planned this. I'm glad everybody's here. We're obviously working on a few technical kinks. This stream's still pretty new, and Undead's working real hard to get everything right. So welcome. Thanks for popping in, and I'm sure we'll get this straightened out. I think we're just going to kind of free flow it today. There's a few things that we're talking about discussing, and I'm not sure exactly what the progression is going to be, but we'll have a little bit of everything, I think, from we'll talk a little bit about Alpha Bank, a little bit about the DNC hack, obviously any of the mainstream RussiaGate stuff. I think one of the main things we wanted to talk about was sort of a exercise in who would you talk to if or who would you put in front of Congress and question if you had your choice of anyone in the world. And I think that's a fun topic. So I think Undead's back.
Hey, MB, and I apologize to everybody. So I think I figured out what the technical issue was, and obviously that's not how we plan to start the show. But as MB said, I think kind of working out the technical kinks, and I don't think we'll have that issue again. So
cool. Sounds good.
MB,
now I think we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're good to go. So as MB was just saying, I think this is just a good opportunity for us to kind of kick back and talk a little bit about, what Congress could be doing right now. I think MB and I have spoke about this before, and MB, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I guess there's two schools of thought right now. And one school of thought is that Congress should jump on this right away, and they should start issuing subpoenas today and really get going on this. And then the other school of thought is they should sort of sit back and wait for John Durham to release his report and then take their lead from John Durham. And I suspect that's the one that Congress is a little bit more inclined to follow, but I'm sort of in the first school of thought. I think Congress should jump on this right now. I think they should start issuing subpoenas. So they should push this out there and get going on their work, because even as we learned in the New York Times article a few days ago, it didn't sound like John Durham's report was done. It didn't sound like it had been submitted. So if you're sitting around waiting for Durham's report, whenever he submits it, you're probably looking at a few more months just to go through the redaction process. And once you get to that point, you might be 5 or 6 months down the road, and then all of a sudden, you're fighting with people to get subpoenas in there, and you're sort of behind the 8 ball. And as we've seen before, some of these people you put under subpoena, obviously they're going to fight it, but we've seen it in a number of instances where they just blow it off. So I'm certainly in the first school of thought. I think there's enough leads and enough problems that are already identified that Congress can get going and truly utilizing their oversight function, particularly, sort of piggybacking off our discussion from a couple of days ago, where, sort of this metadata collection program that's out there, that's really not at the center of RussiaGate. That's really truly within their oversight function, because part of that was authorized by congressional action. They wrote that into into law a couple years ago. So to see that those programs potentially being abused or misinterpreted or misapplied, that's squarely within their oversight function, even if there's not necessarily a crime there. So that would certainly be a good starting point. And then, getting an understanding of what is happening inside of DARPA right now. We see that DARPA resources are being used for criminal investigations, for prosecutions in and outside of RussiaGate. I don't think Americans are really on board with that. I don't think anybody really understands why that's happening. So that would be another avenue or another potential arena for them to take a look at that. And then you have your more standard RussiaGate topics. And, as much as, we count on John Durham having looked at everything, there are indications that he hasn't. As late as May of last year, he was still fighting Fusion GPS for emails that they're claiming privilege on. So did he ever get the emails? We don't know. And, as much as his report is going to cover, and I'm sure it's going to be a gold mine whenever we get to read it, there's a lot of stuff we're just not going to get, and we're not going to get in a raw form, right? We're going to get it through the lens of what John Durham tells us. And if we could just bring in some of those people and have them tell their story, we can get it straight from their mouth, and we can ask those questions that we're all going to have, because this is probably the worst political situation that we've ever seen. And it's certainly going to get worse the more that we learn, and the more, the public, we don't have to wait for the public to be interested. There's enough here. There's enough work that has to be done that, you can get in front of this. If you're Republican Congress, you can start asking those questions, and you'll be rewarded for it. I truly believe they will find a lot of wrongdoing. And if, we're cynically minded people, so if we just assume that they're just looking for a political edge, they'll find that. There's enough there. They'll be able to make political hay of it. You'd like to think that they would do it for altruistic purposes. They're just trying to do the right thing. But even if not, even if they're just looking for a political axe to grind, they'll find it. Whatever their motivations are or could be, they can find something inside of RussiaGate. So, looking at the Alpha Bank allegations, the DNC hack, who knows how much John Durham's looked at that. There's a lot of questions to be asked there. General FBI stuff, and finding out that the FBI had retained and hired Igor Danchenko as a paid confidential human source. We just found that out. And we're talking about 7 years after 2016, and we just found out that he was engaged as a confidential human source. And that's mind-blowing, obviously. Circling back, you talk more about the private actors, and there's a number of those that have been identified around the Alpha Bank issues. Certainly Fusion GPS, and I just referenced the fact we don't know if John Durham actually went and got those emails, but there's always been questions about some of the Ukrainians, and that just came to mind out of the discussion we were having earlier. Some of the Ukrainian actors that were asked to sort of compile some reports and some information on some of the Trump people. We'd gotten some indications of that during the first impeachment. So there's so many different tentacles to this. And I think the truth is owed to everybody that had to sit through the media coverage of 3 years, 24/7, saying Trump colluded. And knowing now that is absolutely not the case. And there's no merit to that. And there's never any merit to it. I think we're owed a full accounting. So, MB, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm of two minds as well. I do think that Durham is going to put everything that we think we know on its head in a lot of ways, just because he knows so much more than anyone else. And he doesn't leak. So I assume that the Republicans don't know either. So it's really tough to get ahead of yourself, trying to figure out who you want to talk to, what lines you want to go down without, knowing that, Durham's going to show up and it's going to throw everything into, disarray, and, you've wasted some time. But I do think it's a really good idea to at least start lining up your ducks in a row of people you're going to want to talk to no matter what. And you don't necessarily have to do the interviews before Durham shows up, but if you had those things scheduled, if you had all the infrastructure, I don't know exactly how a lot of that stuff works, but I assume that you typically wouldn't just say, I want to talk to so-and-so, and the next day expect them to show up. There's probably a lot of wrangling and legal stuff with lawyers that's going to have to be worked out. And along those lines, if we feel like, if Durham's going to show up and there's not going to be any more indictments, I don't know how viable this is, but I would say, look, immunize everyone. And I know that's going to be very unpopular because we want people to pay if there's any crimes. But if people are just going to take the Fifth Amendment and not talk, none of this does us any good. And so my first suggestion is to the Republican Congress is to think about just saying, whoever comes in, we're immunizing you. We don't care. We're not going to haggle. We're not going to argue. Every question we ask, you are going to answer. I think that's the best way to get to the bottom of this. And like I said, I know people are going to be upset about that, but I think that's what's going to happen with some people, and they might as well just do it, because you don't know who's going to have the valuable information until they're there, and you can really get under the hood and find out what they know.
And I absolutely understand that sentiment, but I think I'm still in the opposite camp, and I think we agree to disagree on that, because I still think there's criminal liability, and I think looking at this as a conspiracy, you still have runway for a couple more years, because a conspiracy charge is going to go 5 years from last overt act. And there's plenty of overt acts we know about, but there's probably a number of overt acts that we don't know about. And, you could have another year, you could have another 2 years. And my advice to Republican Congress would be, do this as if John Durham is going to continue this for 5 more years, and just do a parallel investigation and find out what happened. The stakes are too high. This isn't a typical criminal case. This is dealing with the highest levels of our government, the institutions that we value. And, to have this many questions 7 years after the fact is unacceptable. So I would say, charge ahead. I would be of the mindset, you should be writing a bunch of subpoenas right now. I mean, you should already have subpoenas out for certainly for documents and files. I would have full funding in place, and I would say do your own technical review, right? Bring in your own technical people and get the server images from the DNC servers. Get all the technical data and just run a parallel investigation and literally just assume Durham's going to do this for 5 more years, do a parallel investigation, and issue all the subpoenas in the world and get all the testimony out there, lock everybody in. And I think there's some different strategies that they might consider, because there are, you usually think about doing this bottom up, right? You think about, okay, let's get the lowest level guy, let's hear what they have to say, and then you work your way up. And I actually think there's some value in actually doing the opposite, because it seems to be the people at the top of these respective allegations that are the worst people, right? It's, the seventh floor of the FBI that seem to be the bad actors. And if anything, you want to lock those people in early. You want to get them in there first and let them lie, right? Because they're skilled at that. They're skilled at spinning stuff. So you let them go out there first, you hear what they have to say, and then you go to the lower levels and you just start ripping apart their testimony. Because if you do the opposite, if you hear from the bottom guys first, when you get to the top guys, they're able to spin it, right? They've heard everything, or they've got some sense of what's been said already, and they're going to be, in a position to kind of spin things or connect things and kind of discount things. So I would bring the top guys first for all the different investigative areas, lock in their testimony, and then I would bring in lower level guys. So, but
I'll push back on that a little bit, if you don't mind.
Sure. Go ahead.
And only because of this. For one thing, some of these guys have already got a lot of testimony, and they're already locked in. Comey's been in front of Congress. And I think a lot of these guys have that. If you do that, if Jim Comey is your number one witness, the circus is in town. Like you're putting out all the fireworks, you're putting up all the flags, everybody's showing up. I guess you could do it behind closed doors, which is probably the way a lot of this stuff should be done. And again, I'm going to make people unhappy saying that, but you're going to get a lot more results doing things behind closed doors when the cameras aren't rolling and getting these guys, all in campaign mode. So even if you do it behind closed doors, stuff's going to leak. CNN's going to be all over it. Oh, you're harassing poor, Jim Comey again. He's answered all these questions a million times. I think you spend a lot of your powder up front, where bring in, and like you said, I understand the case to be made, but the other case is the classic, like, look, you can do all this stuff in secret. You can get Brian Auten back in again and spend a day with him. You can, bring in Kevin Kleinsmith, bring in all these guys. And if I had my way, I'd immunize them so they couldn't take the Fifth Amendment, because that's what a lot of these guys are going to do. And then you can know which questions to ask, and you can find out, you can figure out where the pressure points are. And then when it's time to, when it's time for the circus to come to town, when you have everything lined up, all your facts, bring these guys in and then, hold their feet to the fire. That's my thought. I definitely see your point of view. I think either one has its pluses and minuses, but that's just where I'm coming from.
Yeah. And neither one of us know the right way, right? I mean, we're both just a couple guys on Twitter, and we've done a lot of research on this. Both of us have. So, I definitely see where you're coming from. I think there is definitely value in doing some closed door stuff, but at the same time, I think there are some individuals that could feel the pressure of like a primetime hearing and really put them under the spotlight, maybe for the first time, and see what they have to say. Do they want to be out there in front of the American public taking the fifth 45 times? I don't mind that. Like, if they want to come up there and they want to take the fifth, don't let them off, right? Don't let them off after the first question. Make them sit there and take the fifth 45 times. You're not a court. You are Congress, and you can put your questions out there and just let them, ruin their whole, persona, whatever people think of them. I'm totally fine with that. It depends. And I'm not saying do that to everybody. I'm saying doing that strategically if you think that type of pressure might get you some results.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to with sophisticated actors. If Andrew McCabe is on the, decides he's going to take the fifth, he's not going to care. The kind of people we're talking about, if their lawyers tell them to do this, they're going to do it. And I don't think they're going to. I think CNN's going to line up and go, all these guys are taking the fifth because they don't want to be railroaded by a runaway special prosecutor. However they're going to spin this thing. I just think the whole thing's going to be bulletproof because you're going to be fighting the media the whole way. That's just baked into the cake. And if you turn this into a spectacle of, all right, let's give each congressman 2 minutes to, talk about God knows what for hours on end, and the guy's just saying, no comment, the Fifth Amendment. It's immediately just appears to the naked eye to the non-political guy that you're trying to get their attention to convince them that this is Watergate, and they're just going to go, this is stupid.
I don't care. I don't care what anybody in the public thinks anymore. This is about right and wrong and get to the bottom of it. I literally don't care. It's not for the viewer at all. It's really to put the right pressure on the right types of people. And it's certainly not going to be a McCabe that you put up there and expect to get, pressure on him to have an impact. But there are some actors, and I think you can make strategic use of pressure. And you know what? You are trying to get some evidence. You're trying to get something off them that can be used. And, I think there are some opportunities to do that. I don't worry about what CNN's going to report. They're going to report, the left-wing version of anything. And, you do a primetime hearing, they're probably not even going to cover it. Or they're going to say something like, it didn't live up to expectations or whatever. But, you just have to do this at this point. I mean, we're so long after the fact, and I'm concerned that so many people don't care about this anymore, or they've gotten so frustrated they just walk away from this, because this is not something you just walk away from. This, there was no DNC hack. I can almost say that with 100% confidence. And once you say that, and we already know everything else has been ripped apart, this becomes the biggest political scandal in American history. And at that point, I mean, I don't care what the news organizations report. I think the Durham report will have a lot of damning evidence in it, but I think it's going to be a starting point. I think there's still going to be a lot of questions that we have to answer. I think this goes up much higher than people are talking about. I think this is much worse than what people are assuming. I think it goes into the Obama White House. I think President Obama knew quite a bit about this. We hear about that report about him being briefed on the Clinton plan. He's a smart guy. He was actually a very hands-on president. He wanted to know about everything because he was really concerned about his image, especially in the media. He didn't want to be caught flat-footed. So exerting that level of control, I have to believe he was told a great deal about what was happening. So,
well,
still a lot of questions.
That's a good point. And I guess my main thing is that the narrative, this needs to be a narrative. This needs to be, if we're not doing anything else, it needs to be on the record that these things happen. And again, if the public doesn't care, if the public doesn't pay attention, at some point you get what you deserve. And if you don't care that your government's doing these things, then too bad for you. And you're probably going to end up, regretting it at some point. But to accomplish the goal that we're talking about and get this narrative proven and down on the record, I think you have to do it in a smart way. And I think a lot of that is building this thing out and telling the story correctly. Because if you do it wrong, it's going to get very confusing. If you let each individual congressman get involved, it's just going to be a mess. They're not going to understand it. They're not going to tell the story correctly. They're going to focus on all the wrong details. I mean, we know a little bit about that when it's like, here's something really important. And it's just like, no, wait a minute. What about, this is what's the huge, scandal. It's like, no, that's Q bullshit. Don't worry about that. And it's really hard once that train leaves the station. So if I'm thinking about like the J6 hearings, and they made a lot of mistakes in that, but they were pretty smart about first going and doing all this research and getting all this stuff together. And they didn't have very much, but they turned it into a big political show where they rolled it out in a way that was controlled. And they kept everything in hand, and they put on the show they wanted to put. And they didn't have very much to demonstrate at the end, but they made it seem like they did. And they got, for better or for worse, their story is out there and it's on the record. And if you dig into it, a lot of it's just crap and it's real thin, but it's out there. Maybe, I don't know if that goes in the history books, but it certainly is. This is their version of things goes in the history books. And I think you got to think of things that way. You got to be able to tell this story correctly. And I don't know exactly how to do that, but I think we do have some good ideas. And I'm glad we're talking about it, because I think that maybe, if Congress isn't thinking about it already, they sure as well ought to, because 2 years is not a lot of time.
2 years is not a lot of time. And I think that's the takeaway, right? You have to jump on this now if you want to get this out before the 2024 election. And what we really agree on, I don't think, Congress members should be up there for 2 minutes and rotating and nobody knows what's going on. That's absolutely the wrong way to do this. This should be more like a prosecution. It should be one or two guys up there thing where you're trying to get everybody in the limelight for a couple minutes and really bolster, yourself politically. You should approach this as a prosecution, and it should all be about, having one guy who's really skilled at asking questions, who has researched this or has the access to the right questions, and really in a concerted and strategic way can ask these questions and really hammer home, certain witnesses that are out there. And I think that's the right way to approach it.
I agree with that. Yeah. And I think it's great that Jim Jordan's going to be the chair of this committee. He's a former prosecutor. He's got a really sharp mind. And I think he's put up with enough of that kind of grandstanding crap over the years that he's probably knows exactly that's what he doesn't want to do. So I really do hope that they can work it out so we don't see too much of that.
Absolutely. I agree with that. So in terms of topics, so we have a lot of different topics to choose from. You could say Alpha Bank, you could say, DNC hack, you could say the general, the FBI conduct or misconduct. You could say, DARPA, or maybe like the data collection program that I think is worthy enough to consider or to sort of include, especially with Rodney Joffe sort of being involved there. Or maybe like Fusion GPS or some other topic. And which topic would speak to you? Which one are you most interested in?
Man, that's a good question. And I know in my heart that DOJ, FBI corruption is the most important thing in the big picture for the country. But I keep coming back to the Alpha stuff, to the questions about the DNC hack. That's just where, and maybe that's just because that's where a lot of unanswered questions are, and they're very, very provocative. But I just keep getting dragged back there, and I want to know how that stuff started. I want to know how the Alpha Bank allegations, where they came from. That and if the DNC hack, I think that's huge. And did Georgia Tech, when did they look at that? What was the time frame? All those things, how they play together. And then the DARPA, the surveillance stuff is huge. And it drives me crazy. It's a pet peeve of mine. and maybe that's a subject that's going to have to be tackled separately. But the fact that they're intertwined is just like you said, that Rodney Joffe's involved, that all these, that the first thing they did with this technology is inject it into our politics. That makes it a part of this. So yeah, that's where I spend a lot of time, and I know you as well.
Yeah, I get pulled to the Alpha Bank stuff quite a bit too, because as much as we believe, or really we know, there's a lot of other evidence that's been fabricated, whether you talk about the Steele dossier or the concerns that we have about the DNC hack. The Alpha Bank allegations are the one area where the experts say it too. And you're talking about third-party IT firms, independent analysts, and organizations like the CIA and FBI, and they're all essentially saying the same thing, that these allegations are, a result of human manipulation, or, there's one analyst out there that says it's fraud. There's a couple of IT firms that say it's malicious actor that was doing it. So, that's like the one area where you have some of that out there from the experts. So,
there's also, sorry to interrupt, but I was just going to say, there's also huge questions that we don't know the answer to about how this stuff started, how it started. Like, where did April Lawrenson tea leaves? What motivated her at the very beginning? Like, I don't think she's ever been deposed. Maybe Durham's talked to her. I don't know, but that's a huge thing. That's kind of like, where did all this start?
Absolutely. And you're not just talking about a random group of cyber researchers. As we're finding out, and as we just referenced with Rodney Joffe, some of these individuals are connected to the highest levels of our government and our most sensitive programs. Rodney Joffe held or holds a top secret SCI clearance. So it's like, this is supposed to be the guy we trust the most. And for him to hold that clearance and then to think that we have to give credibility to the statements that have been made, that he felt like he needed to disseminate this through an intermediary anonymously, and he couldn't just call up, the many, many FBI people or intelligence officers or whoever and just say, hey, I'm a world-class DNS expert with access to a lot of different data. I found something that's kind of weird, and I don't really know what it is, but I think you should check it out. You could absolutely expect him to be able to do that and have no concerns whatsoever that would result in blowback on his credibility or his standing. I mean, if he finds DNS activity, they're absolutely going to look at it. If Rodney Joffe's on the phone saying, hey, I found something, they're going to look at it. And one of the things that really concerns me is that he did talk to an FBI agent. He talked to Tom Grasso, and Tom Grasso took that information and he held Joffe's identity as anonymous. And he said that he had gotten anonymous information for various portions of the Alpha Bank allegations, and that includes, IP addresses and things of that nature. So in effect, Tom Grasso, that an FBI agent, was lying to the FBI as well, and that's obviously concerning, and that feeds into the broader context of FBI abuses and misconduct.
Yeah, and I think Rodney Joffe at one point said he was never consulted about the Alpha Bank allegations by the FBI, and that might be flatly false, or at least a word game, because he certainly was involved in with Grasso. And yeah, that was always a dog that didn't bark for me. Is this guy that's winning awards for the FBI that has Jim Comey on his cell phone, and he doesn't deliver these allegations. He backdoors it through a Democratic lawyer that has a buddy in the FBI. It's that is not the sign of an honest. I don't know. I don't want to say person, but not. It doesn't look good on his face.
Yep. And Cody pops in and he says, McConaughey, who was just indicted just recently last week, I believe. Obviously we have a lot of questions about him as well. And I saw Bongino raise some of those questions a few days ago, but that includes the DNC hack investigation, the Alpha Bank allegation. So, we all presume that John Durham is done, but who knows, maybe McConaughey has some information he wants to offer up. So, I mean, you have to assume that Durham's going to continue for a while, if not just to clean up McConaughey before he issues a report. So
we'll see. The timing's definitely interesting. And Dave Bain, thank you. I was thinking of Trey Gowdy, not Jim Jordan. So thanks for correcting me on that.
Yep. So Alpha Bank. So we say like that's the topic that hits us most. So if you wanted to interview people, and this is not the question of whether or not Congress should interview people. This is a question of who would you interview if you were Congress and you wanted to look at this issue for Alpha Bank. Who would you bring in?
Yeah, man. I mean, obviously you're going to want to talk to Rodney Jaffe, and he's going to take the fifth, but any of these guys could. April Lorenzen would be on the top of my list. David Dagan for sure, because those two were sort of at the beginning of this working together and had, David Dagan has talked to, he cooperated with Durham, and we don't know what they talked about exactly because all that still hasn't been revealed. So that's, learning what Durham knows is probably a good first step there. But those are my big two, and Manos is, I think in play as well.
Yeah. So like David Dagan, he's got an immunity agreement. So it's not like, he's somebody that you can absolutely bring in because he can't take the fifth on anything. So that would be, that'd be good. I think I would go a little bit deeper. I think, some of the people that Rodney Jaffe works with were actually tasked to varying degrees in looking at this and assisting some of these allegations that were being put together. And this isn't squarely just solely within the Alpha Bank stuff. There are some other pieces of this, like the list of Trump associates. But, Jared Novick, we saw him at the Sussman trial. He was the CEO of BitVoyant. I would definitely bring him in. There was two researchers that he named that they were sort of in contact with. I think Lori Stotler was one, and drawing blank on another one. But those two individuals were also sort of in that Crimson Rhino report writing and research project. So I would definitely bring in those individuals. There's a guy named Rory Jaegerman at Packet Forensics. I would bring him in. Just, some of that is sort of fishing. Like Rory, I have no idea how much he knows, but I would definitely bring him in and just say, hey, what conversations were you having around the Alpha Bank allegations? Let's see, who else? Raymond Salino. And that could be
absolutely
something that feeds into multiple investigations. And obviously we talked about sort of that data collection program out there. Salino seems to be at the forefront of all those different companies. So I would bring him in and kick the tires on. I mean, how much did he know about what was going on? So I think that's 4 individuals. And I think somebody like Jared Novick could give you a couple more names that maybe you'd want to speak to. And he was very cooperative at trial. So he'd be a great person to bring in, I think.
No, I'm blanking on the name, but who worked for DARPA and then moved over to Georgia Tech?
Angelos Karamitis.
Yeah, that'd be a good name because I think there is a lot in DARPA that needs to be sussed out. And I mean, they're lying about, they were making false statements about what Georgia Tech was up to. That it certainly needs to be gotten to the bottom of.
Yeah, that is right. So for people that haven't been following us for very long, in April, I think it was, based on reporting and documents that Margot Cleveland and I had come up with, there were some questions being raised about DARPA's role, and Jerry Dunleavy got DARPA on record denying that they had approved any work related to the Alpha Bank allegations or the DNC hack investigation, and that turned out to be a lie. So definitely want to get to the bottom of what was going on at DARPA. I think Karamitis is an important name in there. Somebody like Christopher Schneck, I think, would be a really good name, and I don't know how much. Again, that's another situation where we're fishing a little bit, but I'm fishing with a little bit of information. And I think Schneck might know a little bit about what was happening. So I would throw that name in there too. Let's see. Anybody else on Alpha Bank? Oh, like Elgene Camp. You could say like Elgene Camp and some of those other researchers like Christopher Davis. Susan Landau might be an interesting one. I would definitely talk to her.
Yeah, Elgene Camp. We think talked to the FBI at one point, potentially in Chicago, and we'd like to know who she talked to, what that conversation was, if it happened.
Yep. Yeah, there might be a few others. I mean, there certainly were a few other individuals named. Oh, you could talk about the Senate side. I didn't think of that. So, you had Daniel Jones in there who mounted an investigation on behalf of the Senate. So I would definitely talk to Daniel Jones. And then that leads you into Mikey Dickerson and Matt Weaver. So those would be two other names for sure. And then I don't know if there's any other names that work for Daniel Jones that wouldn't be on our list already. But yeah, obviously, like Dickerson, you're going to want to talk to him about many different things because he was a contractor for Fusion GPS as well. So obviously, you could schedule a couple of days with him potentially. Let's see. So that's three other names. So yeah, I think that covers the Alpha Bank topic. Let's see who else. Fusion GPS. So if we wanted to get to the bottom of Fusion GPS and the dossier and all the allegations that came through Fusion GPS or other organizations like that, who would you bring in?
Well, the nice thing about Glenn Simpson is he's already on record, so you can go back. And I actually was looking through his testimony the other day just to try to, he didn't say very much, unfortunately, but guys like that, you can start to poke out inconsistencies, hopefully. So him and Frisch, his partner, those are the obvious. They founded the company. And what my big question for them, though, and maybe this would require some other people to be brought in, is where did the name Sergei Milian develop and get to Christopher Steele? Because I think there's really good indication that they gave Sergei Milian's name to Steele. Steele didn't develop it on his own. And everything that my question is, where did they get Sergei Milian's name? Who was talking to them that came up on the radar screen? Because that leads down a very interesting rabbit hole.
Well, it absolutely does, because I think Milian also appeared on the list of Trump associates that Rodney Joffe effectively gave to the FBI. So it's like, who gave the list to Christopher Steele? Who gave or Sergei Milian's name to ABC News and to Rodney Joffe? And what were they really trying to do? Because it's very obvious that they were setting him up to be a fall guy. They have some type of information that, they thought he would be the right guy to pin this on.
And the timing's so interesting that just Sergei tweeted this week that he had moved to New York from Atlanta and he was given a new handler and he was not happy with the treatment he was getting there. And did he burn some bridges with the FBI that somehow that backdoored back to Fusion GPS? It's just a theory, but the timing of all this stuff is just all so interesting. It just kind of leads itself to these questions.
And one name we haven't talked about in a while is Alexandra Chalupa. And while she wasn't, I don't know that we have confirmed that she was associated with Fusion GPS. She was certainly looking into Manafort. And she was sort of in that same sphere in that she was talking to different Ukrainians that were later compiling information for Fusion GPS purposes. So I would definitely bring her in and kick the tires on what she has to say about some of this.
Yeah, that's a good name.
Yeah. Okay, we haven't talked about the DNC hack. That's probably the most important topic of anything. And who would you bring in for the DNC hack investigation?
Well, I'm going to have the same answer. Sean Henry has some testimony on the record, so I would want to sort of dig through that and see if there's anything that is not consistent that we know of now. I think I want to know when Georgia Tech was tasked with looking at that hack, because the timing depends. If it was later than we think, it's not really that interesting. If it was earlier than we think, then all those people in that chain of command, you want to talk to all of them, because it's how did this get there and why? And so it's a lot of the same people from Georgia Tech, but also certainly some of the people from the DNC or the FBI end of things.
Yeah, so that was a good answer. You probably stole mine. Yeah, the Georgia Tech researchers who were involved in the Alpha Bank allegations, we know now that they went on to work for Special Counsel Mueller. We know to varying extents that they did work on the DNC hack attribution. They wrote a white paper on it. They were providing work product through DARPA to the Department of Justice and Special Counsel Mueller. So absolutely, definitely 100% want to talk to them. Want to talk to the DARPA people that were serving as intermediaries, and that could be Karamitis, that could be Schneck. There might be, Jonathan Smith is another name from DARPA they might want to talk to. But absolutely, there's this allegation out there we have some information on that Rodney Joffe actually has a role in the DNC hack attribution, so I would definitely want to talk to him. I would bring in Al Perlovich, and Sean Henry was a good name. But getting to the bottom of the imaging of the servers itself, because this is a big problem for me in that, they were on site, and we talked about this before a couple weeks ago, MB. It doesn't look like the imaging of the servers actually happened when they did the remediation event in June 2016. So that's really concerning because
it's crazy. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and then from the point in June until at least mid-October, if not later, we don't know, they apparently did not provide any forensic or technical data on the hack to the FBI. All they provided, apparently, was a redacted CrowdStrike report. And I'm not misspeaking there. They actually gave a report to the FBI that had redactions in it. And that's just mind-blowing. I can't believe they would do that. But it just opens up a lot of questions. Why? Why didn't that information get to the FBI? And you look at so many events that happened before they'd really confirmed, anything about the hack. They didn't even have the data to do it. So when the federal government, the Department of Homeland Security and ODNI released a joint statement on October 7, 2016, that officially attributed the hack of the DNC to Russia, they didn't even have the data to do that. Nothing from CrowdStrike. All they presumably had would have been some information, maybe from the NSA, maybe from private actors that, maybe some of the names that we were just talking about. Maybe some of that information came from Rodney Joffe or, David Dakin and Monson Tonkakis. We don't know, but that's where the question comes in. When did those private actors sort of get engaged in this, and when did they provide information on the DNC hack to the FBI? And that's going to help answer some of those questions about, what the government was using in their attribution, and certainly the ICA report that feeds into that question as well. Because, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that the other issue is how much did CrowdStrike know, because there might have been stuff going on outside of, if you're going to talk to Georgia Tech, you might not. I'm sure CrowdStrike's like, we've got this, or we're taking care of it. And if the third party's being brought in, they might not like that. So I think one name that would definitely be somebody to talk to is Michael Sussman.
Yes. Yeah, that's probably the first name that we should have said, right? Because he was the point guy for the DNC in looking at the hack, and he has a long relationship with Rodney Joffe himself. So, even if you accept that it's a real hack, you could almost envision a scenario where he talks to Rodney Joffe just for the hell of it, just to say, hey, you're a technical expert. What do you think about the hack? And what kind of data are you looking at? So getting some of those questions answered, I think, is very important. I think that's a good point, MD.
Yeah, and one thing about these interviews we're talking about potentially in Congress, and I wish King was here because he could fill us in on some of this stuff, but they don't recognize attorney-client privilege necessarily. There's a lot of privileges you can't claim in front of Congress, and especially if you're immunized, I know that I think it's probably one of those open areas of law. But if you go back and listen, like if you read back through like the Sussman transcripts, or not, I'm sorry, the Simpson transcripts, he's constantly saying, I can't talk about that. It's privileged information. This isn't even a lawyer thing. This is just contractual NDA kind of stuff. And they keep telling him, we don't recognize that. So they can at least turn the screws on these guys and say, just because you have some kind of privilege here, we don't recognize that you're going to answer our questions.
Well, I think they could definitely think about that for classified information. I think they can use subpoena power to compel the production of classified documents, and that might include the CrowdStrike reports, for one, and certainly other technical information that they had to have used for the October 7th, 2016 statement. And then, they should use their powers to read that into the record and declassify it, essentially. That was your idea. I'm ripping that off from you, MB. Where, if they just read it into the record, they're perfectly authorized to do that. So, if they really want to be like the church committee who exercise unilateral declassification authority over documents, over the objections of the president, they should do that. They should absolutely do that. Get the information out there. And, they have some excellent investigators in Congress. I'm sure they do. But, if you put that information out there, you also have a bunch of people who have way too much time on their hands, who've been looking at this for a long time. And, some of us can probably make some of those connections a little bit if they just give us the information to do some of that.
Absolutely.
So, that was good. DNC hack absolutely should be a focus. I think they should absolutely engage some technical experts. I mean, don't spare, any money on it. Like, just bring them in, right? Bring in some of those technical experts, and do a full investigation in parallel. Let's determine, was there actually a hack? Was there, any issues with the attribution for the hack? And let's put all the questions out there. Finally, it's been 7 years. You don't have to worry about giving information to Russia or whatever. Like, let's just put it all out there. Everybody can sleep well at night knowing that, the attribution was done right. I think that would be great. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Like, you don't have to go on a witch hunt as the Republican Congress and, you have to find wrongdoing. I'd be perfectly happy if they do all this work and you just confirm that everything was done correctly on the attribution, and, everybody can go home and we can all have our questions answered. So, let's see what else. FBI. I mean, that's just such a broad topic. Let's call it FBI or the government or the State Department, or basically like a broad bucket. Let's include Obama in there too. So, any names that really stand out to you, MB?
My list is going to be some of the lower down people, and especially ones we haven't really heard from. And some of them are like, I think I'd like to hear from Kevin Kleinsmith, and not because I think that he has a ton to tell factually, but I'd like to hear his description of what was going on, because he was there for so long between the opening of Crossfire Hurricane through the Mueller investigation. And so he knew where the bodies were buried. He knew, there's people coming in and going all the time. So people like Kleinsmith and Brian Auten, they're there the entire time. And if you get them talking, and hopefully you can get them to at least, give you a sense of what the players were up to, what the thought processes were. And if it's an adversarial interview, it's going to be tougher, but I think they're still really invaluable to get a sense of exactly what the thought processes were. And
I think we're absolutely on the same page as far as the FBI. Like, I want to hear from the lower level people, especially because we have testimony now that the seventh floor seems to be where the problem is. So, we've already heard from some of those guys under, congressional testimony. Let's bring in the lower level people, people like Allison Sands and some of these names we got at trial, Ryan Gaynor, and some of these guys that were saying, no, this is garbage and we shouldn't even be doing anything with this. Those are the people I want to hear from.
We learned so much at the Danchenko trial just from Brittany Herzog and the special agent Adams, was her name? I can't remember, but yeah, those were exactly the kind of people that they're just good employees that see bad things happening, and they might not be able to point out crimes, but they can point out things that are against policy and things that really bothered them to the point where, they're filing complaints and going to the IG and things like that. I guarantee there's more people out there that were doing that we probably haven't heard about. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, there's probably 30 names we could just brainstorm and come up with in the FBI that have flown in and out of this story. And some of them are more familiar than others, but like every one of those people should be talked to.
Absolutely. I mean, as far as like a first round of interviews, I think somebody like, Soma or Pienka might be as high as you'd want to go. Like, Pienka has involvement in everything. Soma has involvement in everything. Gata is a name that we heard a lot. Yeah, absolutely bring those guys in. But other than that, like, I want to hear from these other names that came up at the Sussman trial or the Danchenko trial. Let's hear from the people that opened up Danchenko as a confidential human source, that used his information. The people that had concerns with using him in those investigations. Let's put it all out there, especially, putting it all out there you go into the State Department, you could bring in somebody like Weiner and finally get some questions asked to him. The Obama administration, man, that might be somewhere I do go high. There's not a lot of low-level people in the White House, but you do have to bring in somebody like President Obama, and you have to answer the question of what he was being told at various points in the investigation. I mean, you don't have to do it maliciously. You don't have to, accuse him of wrongdoing or anything like that. Let's just get testimony from him and find out, what was he being briefed in early August 2016? What was he was briefed about this plan from Hillary Clinton, from John Brennan. Okay, what was said in that meeting? Let's get the notes that were taken at that meeting. Crossfire Hurricane was opened up. All of a sudden there's 4 names. General Flynn, mysteriously, there's no information on him on why he really should have been opened up on. So, let's find out around those dates, what was President Obama being told? What was he being told in October when the joint attribution statement was being made? Because we have testimony from Jay Johnson saying that President Obama had to approve that attribution statement himself. So, okay, around those dates, let's find out what was President Obama being told. What was the president's understanding of the evidence in support of attributions to Russia for the DNC hack? And then obviously the ICA. I mean, it's very concerning that Obama would order the ICA report to be constructed on, December 9th. All of a sudden, 20 days later, it's done. And surprise, surprise, it blames Russia for everything. There's this massive, hack and influence campaign. So let's get all those briefings. And then obviously we have that really weird email from Susan Rice where she says, she's memorializing a meeting on the very last day that occurred, a couple weeks before her last day, saying Obama said, do everything by the book. And it's like, really? Like, why did you have to write that in an email to yourself? So let's bring in Susan Rice and, some of these other individuals and, let's put it all on the record. And I think that would be good to have.
Yeah, that was clearly a CYA memo, and I think Susan Rice is a great idea. Powers, there's a few. You're not going to get Barack Obama, and there's actually a legitimate separation of powers issue there that he's going to claim executive privilege, and it's gonna stick. So, unfortunately,
if the Democrats are doing this, they would get him. Right? If the Democrats,
I don't know, they didn't get Donald Trump.
They were going to. They tried
to, but they, again,
they were pretty close to getting them. And you know what? I would go for it. And who knows? Maybe Obama doesn't fight it. Maybe he wants to come in there and say, I didn't know. I didn't know what was wrong when I did the things that I did. But we certainly his records, like all the record keeping around the president, which is extensive. You definitely have to compel that. You have to get that out there because that will memorialize pretty accurately what the president was told. You almost don't need the president if you can get that stuff. So,
yeah, it's just internal deliberation stuff. They're always going to claim executive privilege on if it's factual things.
Executive privilege. I mean, they've absolutely ripped that to shreds.
It's true, but if you have a Democrat president to uphold it, you're not going to get any of it. Now, if a Republican gets elected in 2 years, then it's a different story. But for the next 2 years, the Biden administration is not going to give up any of that kind of stuff, and you're not going to get a court to agree to it because they're pretty much in the right.
It's within your congressional oversight function. I think you could definitely make a case that you need to hear from them, and you need all the evidence that governs the decisions that were made by the executive branch of the government. And that includes, the executive orders that, Obama made, banning certain Russians and all that stuff. All that falls within the oversight function. So I think there's a case to be made. I think they can do it. Definitely need the records around the president. Some of the cabinet members, Susan Rice, some of that stuff. I think all that has to be on the table. And if that's a non-starter for a Congress member, they probably shouldn't be on the committee. Like, they don't get it. They don't get how bad this is. And maybe they need to spend more time, looking at Full Nelson's feed or, Undercover Huber or some of the stuff that we've come up with, because this is bad and this deserves a full investigation. So We haven't talked about Mueller at all, dude.
Yeah.
We didn't even talk about that when we mentioned the FBI, but everything was destroyed. Everything was done by the time Mueller was even appointed. So it's really, really concerning that he could be in there for as long as he was, because when he walked in the first day and he said, "Okay, give me everything you got," it's like, oh yeah, that guy said he was lying. The primary subsource, he said he was lying. He said he made it all up, but we made him a confidential human source to hide him from Congress. And then Mueller's like, okay, what else you got? And it's like, we have we have this black ledger on Manafort we think is, it's forged, but we're going to use it to go get a warrant. And he's like, okay, that sounds good. And then he's like, what do you got on Flynn? And he's like, well, he kind of misspoke, and our records really suck on it. We don't really think he was lying, but we could make a case on it if you want. And he's like, okay, that sounds good too. We'll make that stick. We'll withhold the 302 from him the entire time. We'll just make it work. Papadopoulos, he misstated by a couple weeks when he spoke to Mifsud. Yeah, we'll make a case on him too. It's like, it's so ridiculous, everything that they did. And they knew on day one there was no Russian collusion, because the FBI are not stupid. As much as, they try to get a pass, they had nothing. Probably by January 2017, everything had been debunked. But certainly by March 2017, there's nothing. And that's when Comey actually went to Congress and said they were doing an investigation into Trump. And you have to look at that and say, Comey knew. Comey knew this was garbage when he said that, when he announced that to Congress. So he was doing that for political purposes, not out of necessity for anything. So, if anything, he was hoping to precipitate his own termination by saying that publicly. And then, he was just hoping that a special counsel would be appointed. They all thought, Trump would be impeached and removed, probably for obstruction. So, wiping the phones. I mean, we haven't talked about that with Mueller in a long time, but, you have to put in your password wrong 10 times. And, it locks you out for hours at a time just to erase the phone. And apparently they did that dozens of times. And as
Andrew
we
Weissman
find out,
did it twice.
Yeah.
Once you're an idiot, twice. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. But as we've recently found out, the fact that you have somebody like David Dakin and Manos Antonakakis, who were at the center of the AlphaBank allegations, we know now that they went and worked for Special Counsel Mueller. It's like, okay, show me the phones that have discussions about their work product, right? Are those the phones they got wiped, or do they have evidence of it? That's one of the questions I want to know, because if those are the phones that got wiped, it's like, okay, you knew you were trying to hide that evidence. You didn't want the people at the center of the AlphaBank allegations to be discovered, in discovery for congressional investigators later. I mean, that would be my concern. So
yeah, and Weissman's defense of that really took off with the media was so disingenuous and silly. That was, no, all that stuff's backed up. All our emails are, yeah, sure. But nobody, if you want to talk in secret, you're using all kinds of different apps, all that kind of stuff isn't backed up. We have no idea it was on your phones. And it's more worrisome that he would make such a stupid argument like that than anything else. It's like, look, you guys are prosecutors and investigators. If a criminal defendant told you, you don't need my phone, it's backed up to the cloud, you'd be like, I don't care about that. Why'd you destroy your phone? That's the question.
Yeah. Yeah. Such a mess with Mueller. I mean, obviously Mueller himself, like, it's whatever, just leave him alone. But everybody else on the Mueller team, you got to ask them some questions. I think they're warranted. Getting a full understanding of that. And that's more of a scenario where I'm sure Durham's report is going to cover it, right? But I want to hear from those guys themselves. I want to hear what they say in response to questions on it. I assume Durham's going to have everything covered on that angle, but I want to hear from them. So what else? We haven't covered?
The Clintons.
Clintons? Oh boy.
I want to talk to Cody
Oh,
Shearer.
RussiaGate, we haven't mentioned Clinton yet. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Cody Shearer. I'm very, very curious about his dossier and hearing from him about when he wrote it and specific sections, because within his dossier is one allegation that is the Alpha allegations, essentially. I mean, it doesn't reference Alpha Bank by name, but it says something to the effect that there's a secret communications channel between Donald Trump and Putin using a cutout. So it's like, okay, that's the Alpha Bank allegation. And there's some reporting out there. I shouldn't call it reporting. There's a couple pieces out there that suggest that he wrote that in the April to May timeframe. And Lee Smith's excellent article from like 5 years ago, it was 5 years ago on it. He says, he quotes a conversation that apparently Bob Baer had, who's a former intelligence analyst who was working for CNN for a number of years. Apparently he was talking to Cody Shearer in April or May 2016, and he had relayed the piece on the Alpha allegation to Cody Shearer, and Bob Baer had said that he had gotten that from contacts at the New York Times. So nailing down some of that time frame is really, really important, because the pings didn't even start until May 6th. And Rodney Joffe and some of these other researchers say, they didn't even look for the pings until June 13th or 14th, or I should say probably 14th, right after the news that DNC hack broke publicly. So nailing down when Cody Shearer knew about it is obviously going to be really indicative of, just how much the Clintons knew, which I think they knew all about it. But
just the idea that there's someone running around with a proto dossier before Christopher Steele is even employed is, I mean, that was always something that we're like, this is incredible. Like this was the dry run, and it's like, no, this is a bad guy to do this. We need some more official, like, first of all, we need more more cutouts and whatever, but it's just crazy that, so Sidney Blumenthal, somebody else we should probably talk to.
Yeah,
he's in that same circle, would have knowledge if there was, if this stuff did flow down from higher above, he'd be the guy.
Yeah. And Dave says Strobe Talbot. And that'd be another name. Certainly ahead of Brookings. And, he was asking some questions to Susan Rice, I think it was, about the dossier at a pretty unusual time where he shouldn't have known about the dossier. And I don't recall exactly when that was. I think it was September 2016. So, Strobe Talbot could absolutely have some information. You definitely want to ask him about Igor Danchenko and Fiona Hill. I think you could ask him a few questions about that. Clinton World, Sidney Blumenthal, that was a good name. Yeah. Oh, like Jake Sullivan, obviously. Jake Sullivan, Paul Meary, Robbie Mook.
Yeah.
Sounds like Robbie Mook might be willing to share a little bit more than the others, so I would definitely call him in. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I think we pretty much well covered it. We could also obviously include some of the spying, data collection, DARPA, what are they doing? But you and I pretty well covered that in our last talk. So,
the only other thought I had just that occurred to me is I want to know who. So we're just envisioning this circle of information and bullshit that's flowing, going from making stuff up to getting in the newspapers to getting into the FBI, and that journalist component. I want to know who Fusion GPS was paying potentially to print these stories, and I think there are ways to find that out if you're willing to put the subpoenas out there and get that information.
I think that'd be great. I think you could. I think you're spot on. I think you subpoena all the bank accounts for Fusion GPS, and I don't think it's unreasonable at all to subpoena the bank accounts of the journalists. Like, you can't get them on record about who their sources are, but you can absolutely subpoena their bank accounts and find out if there are any unusually large, transactions flowing into their accounts. I think that's well within their oversight function.
Fool Nelson wants to talk to Hillary.
Yeah.
Do we want to hear from Hillary?
Yeah,
Not heard enough?
Call her up. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good list. Any other topics we haven't covered, MB?
Probably, but I think we hit the high points.
Yeah, hour into this, I think we're mojo's starting to fade a little bit. Any other topics? Anything else going on, MB?
I don't know. Yeah, there's just been some interesting stuff this week with the McGonigal. I don't know if there's anything there. Some of these things are just like intriguing, and whether there's connections or not, it's cool. Why don't I think they should subpoena Fool Nelson, get him up there. You can just explain the whole thing to everyone. We could just cut out all the nonsense.
Hey, I think it'd be great if Congress called up Fool Nelson and maybe Undercover Huber, some of those guys, and just bring him in. I mean, just pay him, $300,000 or $400,000 or $500,000 a year and a couple $1 million bonus, and bring him in there and let him run it. I mean, especially I think Undercover Huber's probably a lawyer. I mean, he's probably actually well situated to run an investigation like that. There's no shame in it. I mean, all these other Congress members and stuff, if you're not going to let them be fully dedicated to RussiaGate on a daily basis, outsource it. Absolutely. If you're trying to saddle up, a congressional staffer to look at RussiaGate and perform other functions on a day-to-day basis, like, you're wrong. You're just dead wrong. You can't expect them to look into everything here and then go do something else. Like, this is gonna swamp them. Absolutely. There's so much information that they have to consume, and they have to have sessions where they sort of like this, where they can bounce ideas off of people who know what they're talking about a little bit and come up with a little bit more information, because it's too much for one person to figure out. It's too much for a couple people to figure out.
Well, I'll give you a great example. Just when Durham got started and Barr and Durham were looking at this stuff, and they immediately went to Italy and went to Mifsud, and they wasted, not only did they waste time, but they sort of wasted some of their reputational energy by running down something that was already known to be a dry hole. And I'm sure a lot of people are gratified that they actually did bother to run it down, find out for sure. Maybe I'm sure there's still people that don't think that's true, but whatever. It's just like, look, you have only this much time, resources, money, energy, whatever. You can't waste it going after stuff that you could be already told, look, that's not important. Don't look at that. Look over here.
Yeah, and Fool brings up an outstanding name, and that gives me a couple other ideas too. But Liz, who was working for the CIA, who was intimately involved in various aspects of the investigation. But you talk about the ICA and sort of that sphere of closely connected people to John Brennan, and she's right in there. So talking to somebody like Liz would be a great idea, and I'm glad Fool Nelson popped in. I wish you would join us and come and speak a little bit, because certainly some of those CIA names and some of those quasi fusion groups. You talk about CTIIC, and you have names like Tom Donahue in there, which is a really interesting name for me, because Lisa Monaco kind of stood up that whole fusion cell. And then Tom Donahue's in there. And then Tom Donahue pops up in FOIA documents that I have evidencing a relationship with Rodney Joffe. So it's like, is that an avenue? And you have to go fishing a little bit, but that would be a good spot to fish. And the White House is running this text. That's right. So that Liz pops up in the Strzok page text messages right around, I think, on the exact same day that Strzok is talking about the White House is running this. They're talking about a car full of people and that Liz is driving, I think it is. We could probably pull up the text message, but on that exact same day in that same time frame, Strzok is apparently in communication with Liz. So really important time frame. I would definitely talk to her and anybody that was in that car for sure. Let's see, anybody else? Yeah, I mean, you should probably just, like, some of these names we don't even know, right? Some of these other fusion cells, the analysts that were actually working with John Brennan on the construction of the ICA. And certainly there's some reports of analysts working for the CIA that disagree, that were doubting the work product of John Brennan, what they were coming up with. You'd want to hear from all those people, and you have to probably issue some subpoenas to get some names to go ahead and bring those people in. But
if they get their objections into the record somehow, they probably have a lot more to say.
Absolutely. And those are the types of people you really want.
Yeah. And Horowitz did a pretty good job. And he left out a lot of stuff. He didn't have a lot of power to do certain things, but he gave us a lot of names in the DOJ and the FBI, but the CIA, anything outside of his purview, there's a lot of names that we just don't know the names. We know we have quotes and things, but we don't know who they are necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, you could revisit, there's a lot of different public reporting that quote unnamed people, but one of the first reports that I remember was like this Reuters report from like early January 2017, where they're talking about the CIA has identified 5 Russians responsible for the hack of the DNC. And that's early January 2017. So finding out what the CIA knew around that time would obviously be very important. So digging in, the NSA, CIA, all these punchy, catchy names, but there's a lot of unnamed analysts in there that you definitely want to speak to. So,
yeah, I figure there's a lot of pushback that never came to light because there wasn't an IG report, or if there was, we'd never ever know about it. But I think there would be a lot of, there's all this talk that the CIA was not happy with any of this and was not on board with what the FBI was pushing. It's like, all right, well, what does that mean? Who are we talking about? Who is making that drawing that conclusion? And that's a tough one because it's just, these guys they're going to push back. They're secret agents, blah, blah, blah. But you got to talk to them. You got to figure out a way to get them and get some answers.
I think one of the last points that I have is that, if you're congressional investigator, if you happen to be watching this instead of like enjoying your family on Wednesday night, one of the things you really have to keep in mind, I mean, you basically have to give no credence to anything the FBI or any agencies tell you, because they have hidden behind sources and methods to hide Igor Danchenko, to hide Rodney Joffe, to hide another individual who brought alpha allegations, and probably another series of allegations that we probably haven't even heard of yet. And if they want to claim sources and methods and they got to withhold information, take them to court. Strip away their funding, hold people in contempt, whatever you have to do, because we just need these answers. I think it's insane. 7 years into this, and we literally just found out that Igor Danchenko was a paid confidential human source since March of 2017. And obviously we had the Horowitz report, and I think that was a well-done report, but we had Horowitz out there, doing an investigation for a couple of years. And, he didn't tell us that Danchenko was a confidential human source. He didn't tell us about Rodney Joffe. He didn't tell us about all these different things that
he might not have known.
Well, yeah. And then U.S. Attorney Jeff Jensen was appointed. He was brought in, and he came up with a whole bunch of stuff on the General Flynn case and all that stuff. So, evidence is being withheld from the people that have been looking at this. And I worry about cases like, the Mueller indictment of the 12 GRU operatives. Has John Durham been able to get in there and really looked at everything? I don't know. I would assume so, but, all these different avenues where evidence has been withheld, it's really, really concerning. What else? Anything else, MB? Been going for a long time now.
Yeah, I'm pretty dry, but
yeah.
If anybody, I agree. If anybody in Congress happens to somehow get a hold of this, stumble on this, we've got plenty we can help you with, plenty we can say. I say this every time, and I'm sure people think, yeah, why are you making an idiot out of yourself? But you don't know. And if you don't, you don't offer, then, no risk it, no biscuit.
I mean, hell, getting the security clearance is pretty expensive, but it wouldn't be so bad if get a couple of these guys security clearances and bring them in. Let some of us help you out. We kind of live this stuff, and the people that are really passionate about this stuff are probably the ones that you need on an investigation like this, because you're going to get your full workday from somebody like that.
I think some of us have been doing this basically full time.
Yeah, some of us should probably find some other hobbies, but
with a full-time job, I think.
Yeah. I know there's been nights I've come home from really long work days, and it's been like midnight or 1 a.m. and it's like I gotta read that report, or I gotta read whatever document that is before I can go to sleep. So
for sure.
All right, MB. I can't think of anything else, buddy. So I think it's really great. I mean, what we're really trying to do here is build a platform, and we have a lot that's in front of us. So we're going to have the binder RussiaGate documents, obviously John Durham's report. I've got a bunch of FOIA documents that are coming over the next 4 to 5 weeks, I think. I actually got a batch today. They're just not all that interesting. We're going to have a bunch of other nights, and then we're probably looking at a couple years of questions and trying to get more documents after trying to look at declassified documents and really trying to make an earnest and honest effort to analyze the documents that have been put out there. And I'm joined by MB, my co-host. How you doing tonight, MB?
Real good, Undead. How you doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yeah, we always talk about trying to keep this to like half an hour, and tonight we're really going to try to do that. Keep it a little bit shorter. Let MB go out. Enjoy Friday night.
We're going to keep it tight this time. I swear to God.
Absolutely. So tonight, we wanted to talk a little bit more about Project Birmingham and Hamilton 68, and a few tie-ins that we don't necessarily feel like have been hit as hard as they could have been. So obviously we're in a really interesting situation, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if I can figure out how. Here we go. All right. So here on the screen, we have one of the latest write-ups from Matt Taibbi, who's been doing a fantastic job breaking down the whole story from Hamilton 68 and this whole narrative that was out there in the public. It's been pushed out there for a number of years, and essentially these operatives created this dashboard, Hamilton 68, and then they just kind of made up different reasons why they thought Russians were interfering with our elections. They just came up with a list of accounts, and they kept that closely held so that they wouldn't have to actually explain what they actually did as far as how they had determined these accounts were supposedly Russians. And there's been a lot of discussion on the Hamilton 68 portions of this. There's been a lot of Spaces chats. Matt's done a fantastic job. But I actually want to move to this paragraph a little bit more. And Matt knows the story. I know Matt knows all about this, and I believe he's probably going to get into this over the next couple of weeks. But he touches on what we want to focus on tonight in this paragraph. So as Matt says here, by early 2018, all of a sudden Clint Watts was starting to walk this back a little bit, where when he was sitting in front of the Senate in March 2017 in congressional testimony, he was sort of, he didn't necessarily go into the bots a great deal, but he definitely said there was an influence campaign that Russia was orchestrating. I don't remember there being all that much testimony on the actual bots themselves. And then if you were to kind of look at this in a greater picture, there was an indictment filed against the Internet Research Agency a few years ago that's since been dismissed. But if you go through that indictment, there is no mention of Russian bots. What they really outline is there's a handful of accounts that became popular. They had a lot of followers, and that was supposedly this influence campaign. And then I think the indictment touched on a few $1,000s worth of ads that had been purchased. So we're not looking at a big sweeping influence campaign anymore. Maybe some of that, there's some validity. Maybe there's a few accounts that are Russian in nature that were sharing, memes, most of them not really related to Hillary Clinton or the 2016 election at all. And yet this whole narrative had started being pushed out there. And we're going to revisit a few stories in a minute here, because what Taibbi touches on here, I think, is a part of a much bigger story, and a much bigger story that hasn't really gotten the coverage that I feel it should. So as he alludes to, Jonathan Morgan of the cybersecurity firm New Knowledge was outed for faking a Russian influence campaign in the Alabama Senate race. He used Hamilton-like tactics to create online chatter about Republican Roy Moore having Russian bot support, got caught and suffered the indignity of having what he called a small experiment described as a false flag operation in this New York Times. So the event in question, apparently Roy Moore had about 20,000 followers on Twitter, and then over a single weekend, that doubled. He gained 20,000 followers, and of these 20,000 accounts, they were primarily Russian-based, and they were, tweeting in Russian language, and for various reasons, they were obviously Russian. And so narratives were being pushed out there saying, the Russians support Roy Moore, and therefore, he's you don't want to vote for the guy that the Russians favor. That was the narrative that was being pushed in 2017. But as that sort of started unfolding a year later in 2018, you have articles from the New York Times, you have articles from, this is the Washington Post, and this is obviously early 2019, describing the same situation, which there was a false flag operation conducted by operatives from a company called New Knowledge. And we're going to touch on that a little bit more. But New Knowledge was funded by TDIP, which is Daniel Jones' entity. And effectively, it's all being funded by operatives connected to Fusion GPS and the Democrat establishment. So it's very, very alarming, because some of these same researchers, this Jonathan Morgan, New Knowledge type folks, had actually authored a report that they had submitted to the Senate on supposed Russian interference efforts during the 2016 election. So here are the two reports, and these are sort of important. We should probably do a longer video at some point, but these are supposedly on the Internet Research Agency interfering with our election. And as it turns out, some of this is either overblown, or it's just false, or it's actually going to be related to operations that Democrat operatives had fabricated. So there's two reports. One is specifically from New Knowledge, and this focuses on the Internet Research Agency. And all of a sudden, you have an organization that's doing this report on the IRA, and then the same organization months later is actually being implicated and doing the same thing and creating false, fabricated Russian Twitter accounts. And what we just referenced a moment ago with Roy Moore, the candidate of the 2017 special election for the Senate in Alabama, that's where this ties in. The same people that wrote the report actually went and spoofed and created those accounts. So here's the first report, and I just want to call out the second report a little bit, because the second report, which kind of deals in the same realm, it's not done by New Knowledge up here, but the information was provided by the Senate for their analysis. And I don't think we're out of bounds to speculate that the Senate provided information collected by Hamilton 68 and New Knowledge and to this group that went and analyzed it. And lo and behold, their analysis, of course, supported the narratives that were out there. And you can see all these references. Well, these are all the narratives that were being pushed out there. These are all the different stories talking about, Russian interference and influence campaigns and, the fake Russian accounts. So that's the gist of it. That's where we wanted to start. And I'm going to get a chance to have MB jump in and kind of share his thoughts while I collect mine, and then we'll proceed from here. So what do you, anything you want to add, MB?
Yeah, just some context that, this isn't, a theory that there was a false flag operation, this might have happened. This is something that absolutely happened. It's well documented, and not just by right-wing outlets, but absolutely. I was just looking at an NPR article. Operation Birmingham is well documented. It definitely happened. So either these guys were researching what the Russians were doing and thought it was such a good idea that they decided we'll do it ourselves, or they were full of crap all along. So it's one or the other, because they used these techniques shortly after. And this was, as people remember, a big Senate campaign. It was Jeff Sessions' seat, and he was appointed Attorney General, which was probably one of the biggest mistakes President Trump ever made. And the fallout of that was a special election for that Senate seat. So it was sort of like the Georgia thing. It was a big deal. It was, everybody's eyes were on that, and Moore was sort of a damaged candidate. And even in the such a red state, the Democrats managed to by throwing all this garbage, create a situation where a Senate seat that should have been Republican is vulnerable. And this wasn't some minor thing. This was a big deal that major resources were thrown at. So I don't think there's any question that this is something we really need to pay attention to, because it's all out in the open. This is nothing. This isn't speculation. This is, anybody can look it up for themselves and see exactly what happened.
Well, that's exactly right, and I appreciate you jumping in with that, because these stories have been out there obviously for 5 years now, but we never got the larger context. So all this, these same people are working with Hamilton 68. Clint Watts, New Knowledge. It's the same people that are setting up the Hamilton 68 dashboard effectively. So it looks like the constructs of a very concerted effort to carry this narrative out there. And one point I wanted to make, as far as this Project Birmingham goes, this is described as kind of a false flag operation directed at Alabama. That has changed a little bit, because that's not what I think this is anymore. Now, yeah, they wanted the Alabama Senate seat, and I'm sure there's some benefit there. But to put this into the context that we've gotten from Matt Taibbi over the last few weeks, they were going to Twitter in late 2017, and they were saying, "Oh, you got Russian Twitter bots, and then Twitter's like, "No, we don't have any Russian Twitter bots." And at the same time that Twitter was saying, "No, we don't have this issue," this group, this New Knowledge group, and the associated researchers of Project Birmingham, they went and they created thousands and thousands of Russian Twitter bots. And then all of a sudden they could go to the Senate and they said, "Hey, there are Russian Twitter bots. Look at all these Twitter bots that we're finding now." And I think some of the reporting that are out there, and there is a story from CNN in early January, I think it's January 2018, which he might be alluding to here, where Twitter goes back and they say they find 50,000 Russian Twitter bots, and then they go and ban them. But there's a disconnect in the reporting right now, because as Matt Taibbi has been showing us, in the fall of 2017, they're not finding anything. There's really nothing they're pointing to that has any substance. They're actually calling out accounts that are definitely not Russian. They're not bots at all. And then all of a sudden, these guys go and they create 20, maybe 50,000 accounts, and then all of a sudden, Twitter has something to find, and they find these accounts and they ban them. And this feeds this massive narrative that's out there, right? That Russia has interfered in our campaign, in our election. And, then you saw a flood of stories getting pushed out there about, just how many retweets and likes and everything that these accounts supposedly had, and all this different news that was being pushed during the 2016 election. So, anything else, MB?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way, but that's a really good point, that this was sort of not just about the one campaign or to smear more. It was more to create this sensation that the Russian Twitter bots were everywhere, and therefore they needed to continue censoring social media. They needed to continue investigating Russian interference and tying it to the Trump presidency at that point. And that's obviously was just keeping this fire lit. And if you look at the Hamilton 68, it was part of the Alliance for Securing Democracy. And if you look at that board of directors, it was just all Democrats, Hillary people, and anti-Trumpers. I mean, if you look at the board, it's Bill Kristol and Jake Sullivan and Chertoff and John Podesta. These are the people that were all over the RussiaGate stuff, same names. So not only are they in the media conducting interviews and leading the drive against for RussiaGate, they're also part of this. I don't know if it's a cabal or what you would call it that is working to censor as though they are this neutral arbiter that is just discovering, that is just studying social media and discovering these things. That clearly we're not. They were partisan actors it was all part of a bigger, if you call it conspiracy, but at least it was a movement to push the Russia narrative in many different ways, including right up into censoring social media that goes on to this day.
Well, I think I'm ready to go there. I think I would call this a conspiracy, and I think this is one portion of a larger and very concerted and purposeful effort to create this narrative. And I think it should absolutely be called a conspiracy. And one name I want to throw out there is Mikey Dickerson. So Mikey Dickerson is associated with this Project Birmingham that was out there, but in the larger context, during this 2018 period, Mikey Dickerson was actually associated with the Daniel Jones investigation into Alpha Bank allegations. A lot of people don't know that, but that's something that came out during certain depositions of the Alpha Bank civil case. So Mikey Dickerson was sitting there looking at the Alpha Bank allegations with Daniel Jones, and then Daniel Jones, money from his organization is flowing into this effort to create false Twitter bots. And of course, Mikey Dickerson was a contractor for Fusion GPS, in addition to being a prominent, cyber official within the Obama administration. So, we have all these different connections and ties, and that's why I've been a little bit surprised that this hasn't gotten a little bit more coverage. Certainly a Hamilton 68 portion is important, but to put this in context, I mean, it's the same people that are associated with Hamilton 68 are also associated with New Knowledge and essentially Project Birmingham. And I think Margot Cleveland had a really important write-up today where she was kind of digging into different tweets of Matt Taibbi and different things that he's put out. And she noted that anecdote about Roy Moore specifically in the context of Hamilton 68. Well, that is important, but to put that in the broader context, Hamilton 68 was reporting to the Senate that, Roy Moore picked up 20,000 Twitter bots at the same time that New Knowledge was the one that created them. So New Knowledge creates 20,000 fake Twitter bots for Roy Moore, and then Hamilton 68 turns around and they tell the U.S. Senate, hey, there's a bunch of Russian influence campaign here, 20,000 accounts behind this Senate guy. And that's the conspiracy, right? That is one portion of a much larger and concerted effort that I think we're talking about here.
And that brings up another key facet to the whole that's a big part of RussiaGate was this Senate Intelligence Committee was Daniel Jones in there, Mikey Dickerson, Jaffe was somehow mixed up in that. And they produced this report that to this day is still pointed to as, no, it was not, the RussiaGate was not false. The Steele dossier had a lot of validity to it. Because they put this, it's the same people that for whatever reason managed to get this Senate committee wrapped around their fingers and put this report out it's a bane to our existence. Because every time we start talking about something, that people are pointing to this report, which was just complete crap.
Yeah, and one of the things that I've been asking for years is where were all the investigations into Project Birmingham, right? Because we had the New York Times, we had the Washington Post push this out there, and of course we had additional write-ups from NPR and I think a few other organizations, and then you had Roy Moore out there like this is absolutely garbage. Roy Moore knew this, right? This is 2019, so this is a few months after the Washington Post article, and he knew TDIP, New Knowledge, and these former Senate staffers were all collaborating on this, and he was calling for an investigation. But to my knowledge, and I've asked for a little bit of FOIA help in the state of Alabama because they require residents there to be residents of Alabama to use the FOIA system. I'm looking for the investigation of this. I haven't found it. I haven't found anything at the federal level. I haven't found anything at the state level that I'm aware of. And apparently this just got memory hold. This whole false flag operation, amidst everything else that was going on, nobody thought to dig into this a little bit more. So we could have pulled up the 990s from TDIP and actually shown some of the transfers and everything. But as we said, trying to keep this one a little bit shorter so that we can let MB go tonight. So maybe in a future video, maybe we'll try to do like a broader conspiracy coverage of this, and maybe we can revisit that a little bit. Any other points that we need to hit before we end this one early on a Friday night?
I don't think so. This is such an overlooked, and you've been on this for a long time. It's amazing to me that this isn't a bigger deal. I mean, could you imagine if this was a Republican operation in, California or something that managed to swipe a Senate seat based on creating Russian Twitter bots? And I don't think that necessarily had a huge effect on the campaign at the end of the day, but it was a huge story and it was obviously intended to do harm. And there was malice of forethought to do this. It's just insane that this kind of, there was some tut-tutting in the media when they got caught, but there's no crimes were committed here. How is this not, front and center, of anything we talk about? This is something that like is right there out in the open, that it's just corruption that can't be denied.
Absolutely. I mean, you'd think this would merit, 10 minutes on TV today, revisiting some of this. I mean, the New York Times covered it, the Washington Post covered it. Where's our broadcast media? Can't they sum this up a little bit? Certainly would be nice to revisit this. I mean, this is right there. I mean, there's no speculation here at all. We have this in documentary form. New York Times investigated, Washington Post investigated it. The counts were falsified. It involves TDIP. It involves, operatives connected to Fusion GPS. Hamilton 68's in the mix. It's all there. And Hamilton 68's telling the Senate that, there's all these Russian bots, and the only ones that they found that are actually legit are ones that were created by New Knowledge. And it's just amazing. And as a final reminder, I'm going to say it again. New Knowledge is the same company. It's the same organization that was delivering the reports on the IRA to the Senate. This is what the Senate relied on, is this report right here. New Knowledge. So pretty amazing. I should definitely mention this. So Renee DiResta, I thought this was hilarious a few months ago, right after Elon Musk had taken over. Renee DiResta was apparently engaged by Twitter to do some type of report on influence or disinformation campaigns. And that was just a few months ago that was wrapped up. And it's incredible that you could see somebody associated with New Knowledge, a company that should be famous for manipulating Twitter and creating, these fake Russian Twitter bots. And that same person is engaged to provide work product to Twitter. And of course, she was engaged by the prior owners, but that's the level of disconnect that's out there right now, and it is stunning. I can't describe it. I wish I had a better vocabulary because I can't get enough of this.
Yeah, this should have probably stopped the entire Russia psychosis dead in its tracks. That the only actual Russian bots that anyone found were created by Democratic funded entities. I mean, that's immediately that should have been just, all right, let's stop everything and reconsider everything that we think we know. And that never happened at all. I mean, the opposite. This is like the biggest, at least the biggest proven controversy, and it just whipped by. And it's almost like the bigger the bigger the debacle, the less coverage that it gets in the media. And just amazing. The less discussion.
Yeah. I will, I think it's probably a good idea. I should probably link these in the video description for future viewers. So I'll try to remember to do that. If you have anything else, go ahead and jump in, MBRs. I think we've done a good overall broad coverage of this. So I think I'm content to end this one early tonight.
Yeah, I'm good. That was, I think we expressed our anger and disgust at this particular subject.
Yeah. I should go back and revisit this whole article because it's pretty amazing stuff. So I would encourage everybody to take a look at these. Definitely keep this in mind as Matt Taibbi continues to report on Hamilton 68 and the whole Russian Twitter bot fiasco. keep this in context. I mean, this is really important, especially as it relates to Roy Moore and reporting on what Hamilton 68 was including on Roy Moore. I think it's incredible that they're calling it Russian Twitter bots, and their associates are the one that created them. So pretty amazing. I'm going to go ahead and end this one tonight. I hope everybody has a great weekend. MB and I will be back soon with another video covering another topic. So if you have any ideas, please let us know. Like, share, subscribe if you're on one of our platforms. We'd appreciate it. And I will see you next time.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
See you.